Good evening, everybody. I know it's a little tight right now, but it will take a long time to change everything right now, so we're going to leave everything up here right now. So will you please stand for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council Clerk will take roll call.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large, here.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani.
Councilman Ron Quagliani, Council at Large, present.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky.
Present.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Mitchell Galagnano is absent. Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker is going to be late.
So is Mitch.
Oh, okay, late. Councilman Victor Boris.
Councilman Victor Boris, 8th District, present.
Councilman Robert Bruno.
Councilman Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Peter Massaro.
Chairman Pizarro present.
Good.
Okay, we'll do our public hearing and take gentlemen first if you want
Well, this, we have to do the,
to do the what?
we're on the 640 one first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Time is now 6:40 in your public hearing. Discussing the ordinance appropriating $1,161,000 for the costs associated with the Dawson Avenue Contract 2. Is anyone in the public here that would like to discuss this matter? We can't hear you. Okay. Is there anybody that would like to discuss the ordinance appropriating $1,161,000 for the costs associated with the Dawson Avenue contract for the second time? For the third and final time, would anybody like to discuss the ordinance appropriating $1,161,000 for the costs associated with the Dawson Avenue Contract 2? The time is now 6:42 and we'll be in recess till 6:45 where we'll discuss the contract for the first one. Thank you. 45 is, if anyone for the public would like to speak on the ordinance appropriating $900,000 for the costs associated with Dawson Avenue for contract 1. For the second time, is an ordinance appropriating $900,000 for the costs associated with Dawson Avenue for the contract 1. Would anyone for the public like to speak? For the third and final time, would anyone like to talk in the public hearing for the ordinance appropriating $900,000 for the costs associated with Dawson Avenue Contract 1? So at this time, the public hearing for that is closed, and we will begin again at 6:50. The time is now 6:50. Your public hearing on the audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged. The Connecticut Radio Information System is open if anyone would like to make public comment. For the second time, if anyone from the public would like to make comment on the audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged, the Connecticut Radio Information System. For the third and final time, the audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged, the Connecticut Radio Information System. Your public hearing is closed, Chairman. The time is now 6:55 and the public hearing on program year 48 for the Community Development Agency, the CDBG budget is now open. And I can see you getting ready to stand.
Sure.
If you could just state your name and address for record.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Viti. I'm the Executive Director of the Rape Crisis Center, 70 West River Street in Milford, Connecticut.
Peggy Pisano, I'm the Director of Victim Services at the Rape Crisis Center. I also coordinate the multidisciplinary team for the Ansonia Milford District, address 70 West River Street, Milford.
Chairman, thank you for your time tonight. Council, thank you very much. We just, I had the opportunity to watch the last meeting that you heard our block grant, and it was concerning to me. So I figured you guys needed to hear from us exactly what we do and how and what we provide for folks. So we've been around for a long time. We've been here since 1974. We work closely with the police department. We work closely with your school systems and all your citizens of West Haven. We've been applying for our block grant for many years, and every year we meet with your committee, which is appointed by the mayor. Kudos to those folks because they do vet everything the way they need to. They ask the appropriate questions, so it's not just a rubber stamp. Secondly, we provide our quarterly meetings, our quarter reports to your staff here, and just for an average, we do roughly 80 sexual assaults out of the city of West Haven a year. And that, I went back 5 years and it came out to about 82, but it's 80. The other important thing we do is we do our community education. We have, in 2019, we saw every single child in your school system of West Haven. In collaboration with the school of West Haven, with your administrators in West Haven, we set up a program and every single child in your school saw one of our community educators. Obviously the pandemic hit, they had some issues with remote learning, so we skipped a year. We are now back to a schedule where we rotate certain classrooms. So last year, we did about 3,800 of your students. We provide training to the police department. We provide training to all your professional staff in the school systems, all the way from coaches to teachers to administrators to your mental health professionals. All that cost is at no cost. One very important thing that you need to realize is the Rape Crisis Center of Milford covers 7 towns. We cover 7 towns. We're the only sexual assault service in our 7 towns. No one else in our 7 towns does our sexual assault services. So if someone is portraying that they do sexual assault service, we have 10 certified sexual assault advocates in our center and 30 volunteers that are all equally certified in our center. My role as executive director is to find funding. We have a budget of about $700,000, and the most that we've received from this block grant is about $6,100. So that's a small fraction of our funding, small fraction for the work we provide to West Haven. As this gentleman stated in the last meeting, it's our role. It's our role to go out and find money. It's my job to go out and find money. No one's going to come and knock on my door and ask me if I want $50,000 from that. It's my job. And that's what my role is during the day. We provide our services. We're there 24/7. We have 2 folks on our hotline 24/7, and all our services are free to all your clients, to all your citizens of West Haven. No one waits, as we all know in the mental health profession. It could take months to get in to see an advocate or a counselor of some sort, correct? It's immediate. If we're in a staff meeting in our office and someone calls, West Haven Police Department knows we'll be there in 20 minutes. And we'll either go to a hospital or West Haven Police Department, wherever there's a police officer. We're not going to go to someone's home without the assistance of the police department for our safety. So this is what we do at the Rape Crisis Center. Peggy's going to speak to you about the multidisciplinary team that deals with just children under 18.
So again, our services are 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There's always an advocate available to answer our hotline, which is always present. Our service covers children and through adults. Our multidisciplinary team deals with children under the age of 18, and our block grant really refers to that set of children. The numbers that Tony mentioned is a number, but you need to think that's just the person. That case, it now involves parents and police and hospitals and law enforcement and the courts. So that one case turns into hundreds, if not more, contacts associated to that one case. So we just wanted to make it really clear that although our center is the Rape Crisis Center of Milford, we equally serve all of the 7 towns that we cover through our judicial district. And as Tony said, when West Haven calls, we are there. We have an immediate response to West Haven, just as we do to Milford and to Seymour. So we just wanted to make it clear that the name isn't always indicative of the services served in that city. Chief.
And I'd be remiss to mention that we also have 2 advocates at University of New Haven. We have drop-in hours, we have a support group at the high school. We are in your community and we take care of your citizens that need, from 2 years old to 95. So I urge you to really look at your applications. There is good people. There are probably 14 services that are provided to your citizens, but all those services are needed. And that's why we come back, because we're here every year, because we need to provide these services every year. If we weren't here, nobody else would be here to do those for your folks. So if you have no other questions, you have a room full of people. I'm willing to answer a question if you would like, but if not, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Tammy Ty Satterley. I am the Family Engagement Coordinator at West Haven Child Development Center. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our grant that's been put in for a school nurse. But before I do that, I just want to highly encourage you to look at those applications from Milford Rape Crisis Center, because I am a volunteer there and they do amazing work. I am here to represent 2 parents with letters that they've written. They are unable to be here tonight because they are taking care of their children. To whom it may concern, I am writing on behalf of the West Haven Child Development Center on Noble Street. I wanted to start off by saying that I do not know what I would do without the West Haven Child Development Center. My husband and I are both working parents. Our children are currently 5 and 2 years old. My 5-year-old daughter has since moved on to elementary school, but she attended preschool at West Haven Child Development Center for 2 years, from September 2019 through June 2021. Due to her teachers and their abilities, she knew how to read a book all by herself when she graduated. My son is currently in the infant toddler room at the West Haven Child Development Center. His teachers are phenomenal, and it is a safe place for him to go while we're at work. He loves going there every day. He loves the friendly and caring staff and being with kids his own age. West Haven Child Development Center is a lifesaver. Due to the cost of living, I cannot just quit my job and be a stay-at-home mom. I'm so happy to be able to drop him off in the morning and trust the teachers and staff with my young son. Because of them, he can speak more clearly, knows all the basic colors and certain instruments. Miss Liz and Miss Megan work wonders with my son. He is already intellectually ready for preschool. I cannot show them as much appreciation as I would like. Sincerely, Marcy Falcone. Good evening, City Council. West Haven Child Development Center is a place that means so much to my family. My son was enrolled at West Haven Child Development Center 7 years ago and entered the infant toddler classroom. He then transitioned onto pre-K rooms at the West Haven Child Development Center until he was ready to enter kindergarten. My daughter is currently enrolled at the West Haven Child Development Center as well, following the same path as my son. The staff at West Haven Child Development Center is nothing short of amazing. There are trained professionals who are committed to the center and the children. The staff goes above and beyond to help the children transition into each stage of their development, socially, emotionally, and academically. They make learning fun and engaging, and they are so creative. They are nurturing and raise these children as if they are their own. They truly have become like a family to us. I am a kindergarten teacher at Savin Rock Community School, so we tend to get quite a few children from West Haven Child Development Center. The children who transition to us are always very well prepared for kindergarten. The students have Jump Start on their kindergarten curriculum because they were already exposed to some of the skills being taught. They enter kindergarten with the social and emotional skills expected of them. Sadly, the parents were notified of Nurse Penny's retirement. Nurse Penny goes above and beyond to ensure the safety of both the children and staff at the center. She is a vital part of the center running effectively, especially these last 2 years as COVID has made such a huge impact on our daycares and schools. As a parent, knowing that there is a nurse on site at the school brings me such relief, and I know my daughter is well taken care of and safe each day. Please support the center and grant to continue to have a nurse as part of the West Haven Child Development Center staff. The center is such an important part of our community and has such a positive impact on our children. Thank you. Amber Hayden. Would you like these? Yes? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
She deferred her position to me.
I asked if he would like to speak before me, but I'm sorry.
With respect, if you can.
Sure. Good evening. My name's Rose Majestic, and I'm the Director of Wheat, and I have several of my board members with me here tonight. We too were a little concerned by some of the comments made at the June 16th, at the June 13th meeting, when it was said that some of us were stale or tired. And I assure you that Wheat is neither stale nor tired. We are very grateful for any block grant money that we've received through the years because it helps us continue our mission of feeding those in the community who are in need. Wheat has been serving West Haven for 45 years now, providing food to families who are unemployed, underemployed, those on fixed incomes. We've seen a huge spike in seniors coming to Wheat for food, and also veterans who are often homeless and receive very few benefits. Annually, we serve 3,000 families of low to moderate income households. 60% of them are minority families. Our families also look to us during the summer months for extra meals because they can't always get their kids to the summer feeding sites. So they come to Wheat and we give them extra food during the summer. And since the inflation has really hit the last 6 months, we've been giving out food twice a month instead of once a month to everybody who comes through our door. No one is ever turned away. And we've been doing that for 45 years, and so we are very grateful for the block grant funding that we get, and we hope that you can continue to fund those of us who are meeting the diverse needs of our community single-handedly in a lot of cases. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Good evening, West Haven City Council members. My name's Diane Dietman. I'm here at 355 Main Street. I'm the Director of the Department of Youth and Family Services. I come before you this evening to help you understand how important West Haven Community Development Agency, its Citizens Advisory Committee, and the HUD grants that they oversee is for my department, and more specifically, in terms of providing essential programmatic funding for families of children with special needs. Long before I became the department head, which was approximately 2 years ago, and about 42 years ago, the city of West Haven has never allocated any budgetary money for my department. The only municipal funding that my department receives is for the director's salary. That's it. no programming funds for the Department of Youth and Family Services. So in order to accomplish the department's mission of providing various types of services for low and moderate income families and youth in our community, my predecessor sought out, and the key word here is sought out, alternate funding sources like grants from the state and federal agencies. Soon, a natural partnership emerged between two city departments and has continued throughout each program year, including the current funding year, which is program year 48 or the fiscal year of 22-23. To be frank, I was very taken back by the contentious tone of the council members at last week's meeting with the CDA manager, Mark Bisaccia. To hear comments by council members that West Haven Youth and Family Service programs for families of special needs children and the other various agencies and organizations that provide essential services like mental health assistance, emergency food and shelter, counseling for West Haven residents as stale, and that favoritism occurred. That was an insult not only to my department, but to every agency that has the opportunity to receive funding from West Haven CDA's HUD grant. West Haven CDA employees and the 6 members of the Citizens Advisory Committee should be shown some respect and applauded for the countless hours of due diligence that they voluntarily perform on behalf of the residents of West Haven. To vet each and every one of the agencies that seek to apply for funding, whether applying for the first time or for many years, like in my case, and like Ray Price's case, and like the wheat case. West Haven CDA is governed by HUD's federal rules and specific criteria and guidelines set forth to determine an application's eligibility. These standards are the same for all of us that apply. I can assure you firsthand that during the in-person interview part of the application process, every member of the West Haven CDA and the Community Advisory Council is committed and passionate about their work with those of us that apply for the funding. I certainly wouldn't want to be in their shoes when the time comes to determine the dollar amount for all the deserving agencies. In closing, I want to just thank you for listening to my concerns. I truly hope that the City Council members make a concerted effort to vote in favor of West Haven CDA's PY 48 or for fiscal year 22-23 budget as recommended by the CDA's Citizens Advisory Committee and presented by CDA manager Mark Bisaccia. Without that funding, the services that my department provides for our families will be adversely affected. And all the upcoming special activities planned for their enjoyment and camaraderie will cease to exist. Look at these people here. Look at these people here. That's just one program. There's many deserving programs. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to me.
Let me go this way. Good evening. My name is Viola Waldo. I live at 24 King Street in West Haven. I'm here in support of the funding for our
WINK program, which stands for West Haven Interagency Network for Children. It is, I facilitate the monthly parent support group as well as a monthly social group for adolescents and young adults with special needs. I've been part of the parent support group since my grandson was 3. He's right over there. He's going to be 21 in August. I was shocked and very hurt to see the YouTube presentation of the CDA Council saying that our programs were stale. And I was really shocked and hurt to hear that. It made me wonder, really, how much do you really know about what we do for our families? I'm here tonight to share information with you about what's the West Haven Support Group for Families and Children with Special Needs and the Spanish-speaking Autism Support Group and the Group for Adolescents and Young Adults offered by the Department of Youth and Family Services. These programs are funded solely by CDA. The only funding Youth and Family Services gets to provide services to youth and family is her salary. How is she supposed to provide services to Youth and Family Services without any money? They have to go someplace to get the money. Members of our support group and the social group for young adolescents, they're all standing here behind me. They're out in the hallway. And we're here to let you know that we need this funding. Thanks to the efforts of Youth and Family Services sensing the needs for our families, we find a great deal of support in our groups. Being a parent of a child with disabilities is very isolating. You feel alone in your struggles to meet the needs of your child. We're constantly looking for resources and services such as pediatricians, ENTs, eye doctors, gastroenterologists, orthopedic doctors, physical therapists, speech therapists, neurologists, psychologists, behavioral specialists, and other professionals needed to address the needs of our children. At our monthly meetings, we have professionals in the field come to share information, resources, and answer questions. In our group, we meet other families who have a child with similar conditions. We benefit from hearing other parents of a child with similar symptoms and facing similar challenges. We offer events and activities to families because it's not easy to participate in family outings and community events with a child with special needs. Parents in our group are comfortable with being around you and your child. There is less reason to feel self-conscious or worried about how your child will act in a social situation. Connecting with other parents of children with special needs is a huge area of support. Parents can empathize with your circumstance and understand that sometimes you must make difficult decisions, all without a monologue by you to explain where you're coming from. Often your own families and friends are not supportive, so it is vital to be able to connect with people who are in similar situations because they have lived it. The only thing here that is stale is the fact that families of children with special needs are the most underserved population in this city and in the state. I wish you could walk in our shoes for 1 week and deal with a child with developmental delays, serious health issues, and behavioral challenges. Children who do not sleep, who are flight risks, who cannot regulate their behavior, who are destructive and self-injurious, and require constant care. Children who, through no fault of their own, must deal with so many challenges every day, more challenges than any one of you will ever face in your entire life.
Thank you.
I speak for everyone behind me. And I have copies of the letter if you'd like it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have or any questions of our support group. Yeah, we do. We also have a bilingual, a Spanish-speaking autism group as well for families who don't speak English. And we meet monthly throughout the year. Thank you for your time.
everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, this is my first time testifying here, so I don't know what the system is. I'm here from Clifford. Oh, my name and address, Sarah Miller, 29 Clinton Avenue, New Haven. And I'm here from Clifford Beers. I brought some materials to share. Sure. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Okay, I'll wait. No problem.
Oh, we're done. You might stay, you can stay a little while.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go Red Sox.
Yeah. Go Yankees too. I love that shirt. Look it, I can't. I like your shirt. You know what it said?
Can you tell us your name one more time? I apologize.
Of course. Sarah Miller, 29 Clinton Avenue, New Haven, and I'm here to represent Clifford Beers and speak on behalf of our application for CDBG funding. And I would say also in solidarity with the many other organizations that are here, our work is really, we do outpatient mental health, care coordination, mobile crisis services. We work with children with autism, many other situations in the community. But we also seek to create a system of care and to really work with all of our, we receive referrals from all these agencies. And so it's really important for us to work collaboratively and across organizational boundaries to support families and kids. So I'll speak a little bit about what we do. Clifford Beers has worked, we're the oldest outpatient mental health clinic in the country, over 100 years old. And I'd say over the last decade or so, we've really shifted our understanding of mental health care to include not just therapy, but also prevention. And also looking at the systemic challenges that make it difficult for children and families to be successful. And that has led to an expansion of our care coordination work through RAP-CT. So we also work with families for children and families for periods of up to 6 months to look at the systemic barriers they're facing, financial, housing, health, all kinds of things, and really provide that wraparound support that helps to stabilize families. That also includes sometimes financial support. So that's an evolution in our thinking over the past 15 years or so. The focus of our application is to enhance our outpatient therapy within West Haven to children and their parents and caregivers coming from low-income households who have experienced trauma such as sexual violence, violent victimization, domestic abuse, witnessing community violence, and parental incarceration. We provide treatment for a wide range of childhood psychiatric conditions, and our staff focuses on helping children, youth, and adolescents achieve their goals necessary for a successful life. These include developing or improving their ability to gain independence, improve self-esteem, improve school performance. This includes academic performance and excessive absenteeism, improving frustration tolerance, managing emotions and moods, controlling impulses and at-risk behaviors, including reduction in violent behaviors, engaging in positive relationships with peers and adults, and feeling positive about the future. Also becoming a positive member of their family and community. So during the past fiscal year, we served 95 clients, and that's unduplicated, who are residents of West Haven. And many of those, of course, we served many times, but that's the number for the most recent year. These clients come from low-income families who are experiencing mental health and behavioral issues. Most have difficulties in school, such as high rates of absenteeism and academic difficulties. And the demographics of those served reflect the diversity of West Haven. So 25% are white, non-Hispanic, 21% are Black, 43% are Hispanic, and 11% are multiracial, non-Hispanic. 3/4 of the clients report a history of trauma, including sexual and violent victimization, witnessing violence and caregiver arrest, as well as disrupted attachment. Self-referrals are made through our walk-in service. We have open access Monday to Friday. We also work, as I mentioned, in partnership with many community organizations and schools in West Haven for outreach efforts and referrals centered on helping children and families receive crucial mental and behavioral health care. So our most active partners this year have been the West Haven Board of Education and West Haven Family Resource Center. But we've also worked with many, many other partners and appreciate the work of really everybody in this room. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Paul Bauer, 24 Platt Avenue, and I recently had the opportunity to watch the June 13th council meeting, and I confess I originally tuned in to watch the comments of my neighbors from Platt Avenue, but I was naturally drawn to the conversation between the city council members and the CDA manager, given the fact that I worked for CDA for 35 years, and the last 5 I functioned as the manager. Excuse me. What struck me in watching the YouTube was the old saying of the more things change, the more they remain the same. During my years at CDA, there was an ongoing issue of soliciting applications from qualified agencies that would come up in front of us for funding. And despite using all kinds of outreach methods, there were years in which there was a real lack of qualified applications. And judging from Mark's comments at June 13th meeting, I think the CDA staff is utilizing all the tools available to them to solicit such applications. And as expressed by the council members, they should be encouraged to continue to explore and use any and all avenues, especially in this day and age of social media. But I also believe the burden of seeking such funding is primarily the obligation of the public services agencies. Indeed, it strikes me that such an effort falls squarely on their shoulders, because funding is the lifeblood of any organization of this nature. To me, it is incumbent on them to constantly seek and explore all funding sources, not the other way around. I would venture to say that if an agency is not aggressively seeking such funding on a regular basis, perhaps they are not deserving of such funding to begin with. And I would also disagree with the comments shared by some council members that they indicated they knew of many agencies needing funding, but it was not their job to contact such groups. I suggest it is very much your job to contact such groups, to encourage such agencies to apply for funding. At the very least, to give those names to the CDA staff so that they can reach out and touch those agencies. Such outreach on your part serves not only your district constituency, but the city as a whole. And that is your function, one of your functions here as a city council member. I would point out that the CDBG program has been, from its inception, a brick and mortar program, as evidenced by the 15% public service cap. So while the need is great, and we've heard much of that here tonight, the ability to fund public service agencies is limited. Not all public service agencies can meet the HUD eligibility guidelines and therefore receive funding. Those that do should naturally serve West Haven residents, though my understanding is it is not a requirement they do so exclusively, nor that they have a physical presence here in the city, as long as they provide such services to city residents in proportion to the funding from West Haven. The vetting and eligibility of applications is properly the responsibility of CDA staff. Funding recommendations fall to the Citizen Advisory Committee, which reviews each program application. Now, I don't pretend to be familiar with some, if not many, of the recommendations in Program Year 48, but I believe we should recognize the time and effort put in by the staff and committee members and respect their recommendations. I thank you for your attention.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for having us come here tonight. There's a large group. It's nice to see so many people.
My name is Dawn Silver. I'm the Director of Adult Services at Bridges Healthcare. I'm representing Jen Fiorillo, who unfortunately, she's our CEO. She could not be here tonight because she's actually at one of our board meetings. I have worked at Bridges for 33 years, and I'm very proud of the agency that I represent. We are well represented in all of the communities we serve. We specifically serve for our adult population, we serve West Haven, Milford, and Orange, and we have other communities that we serve outside of those towns and communities for our children's services. The money that we get specifically from CDBGA funding goes to help with our reaching out and engaging with elderly clients. A lot of our funding, we are a $16 million agency that gets funding from insurance companies, from SAMHSA, from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Department of Children. We get lots of funding from different sources. This money is specifically for the elderly population, those over the age of 60. And we use that money to outreach to some of the elderly who are at the senior center and are in the community, and they are frightened, maybe not frightened, but they're not comfortable coming into our agency to seek services. So we go to them. We go out, we meet them where they're at. If they don't want to meet in their home, we will meet them someplace else in the community. We'll meet them in the senior center. And it's really a chance for us to find out what services they need. And then we don't necessarily hold on to people. We can make a connection and move them on to the right agency so that then we can service somebody else. We are the people who come to do mobile crisis evaluations for the police department, the fire department, and other places. We recognize that the West Haven is an underserved population, and we just within the last year opened a site here in West Haven at 98 Elm Street, where we are now doing intakes for our adults and for children. We're seeing people for medications. And so we are very much a part of the community here in West Haven and want to continue to do that. Without your funding, there will be people who need the services that are elderly who won't get them because there's not any place that does that service for them. I can't use my grant from the Department of Mental Health to help an elderly person who needs help with just filling out forms for Social Security, when they apply for Medicare, when they want help with getting referred for Husky insurance, and I can't use those funds for that because they're not somebody who's got a chronic mental health condition. This is the funding that I use to do that. And I assure you that without this funding, there would be people who would be in very desperate need. I get phone calls from doctors, family members, community people who call our agency all the time to say, this person is in my office, I don't know what to do with them, they seem to really be distraught, and we immediately send somebody out to have an evaluation and to assess them and try to figure out how we can help them.
And I'm one of those people.
And so I'm very proud of what the agency does. I do not think we're stale. I do not think that we are lacking in what we do. I think we get $12,000 from CDBGA out of our, like Tony said before, out of our $16 million money for the agency. It's this little tiny bit of money, but it goes so far that I can't tell you. And without it, it would really greatly impact the people that we serve. So. Thank you for your time. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Amy Gray McFarland. I live in East Haven, but I'm representing the West Haven Community House at 227 Elm Street as the new executive director. Patty Stevens retired in December. I'm not Patty, but Patty retired in December, and I actually became the executive director in January. Prior to that, I was the assistant executive director for programs for the last 5 years, so I know the agency very well. As you know, the West Haven Community House has been serving the West Haven community as a nonprofit agency for over 80 years, and serving everyone from 3 to 93. We continue to be a valuable presence in the city, and our programs continue to evolve with the needs of the community. Besides our ongoing programs, such as our Head Start program, where we provide school readiness skills to West Haven children from low-income backgrounds whose families could not otherwise afford preschool programs. Our Community Connections program, which we actually provide quality day and residential programming to 67 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And also our before and after school program, which we serve 204 West Haven working families this year with valuable low-cost before and after school care. Besides all those ongoing programs, we've also expanded our programs to include a needed social-emotional learning after-school program at the Bailey Middle School. In July, we will be providing a 5-week summer program for students K through 3 who've been identified by the Board of Ed as needing additional academic and developmental supports to prepare them for the next school year. We also collaborated with the West Haven Board of Ed with the McKinney-Vento homeless program, and we actually are overseeing the homeless case management program. This year alone, we served 41 homeless students and 23 families this year. So as we continue to grow and we look at all this, with all the programs we run to serve the West Haven community, funding for appropriate programs remain a challenge. The West Haven Community House is grateful to have the opportunity to apply for the sustaining funding from the West Haven CDA and is appreciative of the CDA Citizen Advisory Group past supports for our requests. Both the staff and advisory group members have always listened and understood our needs. My first experience with it this past year was smooth, and they were very understanding of our needs and understood who we were and our needs and how we were looking at using the funds. We are very aware of the limited funds available and do not apply for additional program funds other than the most relevant and needed services. For several years, we have applied for and received funding to help us stabilize our staff to child ratio in our Head Start program, which targets the exact population required by HUD. Although we have other funding, it is not enough to allow us to provide the staffing required to meet the ever-changing needs of these 3- and 4-year-old children and their families. This year was even more evident with the ongoing challenges and effects of COVID and the increased number of children with behavioral and mental health needs and issues. It was even more evident than ever that we really needed to actually have that additional staffing. We rely on this funding to ensure that these children have the best environment to succeed, and without additional funding from the CDA, it would be difficult to maintain this ideal staffing. In closing, I'd like to add that West Haven Community House not only provides critical services to the community, we also provide employment opportunities for West Haven residents. Currently, 48% of our staff are West Haven residents who represent the cultural diversity of the city and provides insight on the growing and ever-changing needs of the community as we pursue and look at other programs to build on. I am proud to be the new Executive Director of the West Haven Community House and look forward to working with the members of the City Council and the CDA to create programs that reach and serve the West Haven community. I respectfully request that you support the recommendation for the CDA funding for the Head Start program. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caroline Perez. I'm the Director of Housing Services at Columbus House. Columbus House is a nonprofit agency who serves those who are experiencing homelessness or those who are on the verge of experiencing homelessness. We have wraparound services within our agency that helps connect them to mental health services, substance abuse services, the ability to help them apply for benefits such as SNAP, Social Security. We also have employment services within our agency. The funds that we receive from the City of West Haven is to help us with our case management services to help 23 individuals who have been housed with permanent supportive housing. Case management services are vital in helping these individuals in order to help them foster their independence and move from homelessness into housing. Our case managers are sometimes the only support person or the only person that those members talk to because they have no other family or friends to turn to. We help them get to medical appointments, mental health appointments. We help them go to hospitals for surgeries. We also help coordinate care for hospice when those are coming towards the ends of life. Those who are in permanent supportive housing are in housing until They either move on to a Section 8 voucher if they're able to graduate from our program, or sadly, if they decease due to mental health issues that lead them to overdosing or lead them into the hospital from physical disabilities. We're asking that you fund us so we can continue to provide these services. If we don't provide these services, we don't know the future that it holds for these individuals. We've seen very much success with helping these individuals. Many of them are employed in the city. They've turned their lives around. And so I ask to please consider continuing to fund Columbus House. If you decide to pull those funds, I would ask each of you to knock on the doors of those individuals and explain to them why we can't continue to provide case management. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larry Rice, 287 Highland Street, West Haven, Connecticut. I apologize. I know you guys are discussing, very important topics here, trying to get funding for various programs. But I just want to quickly talk to you about an issue I had, and I came to the City Hall to resolve it.
I apologize. This is, we're still just taking comment on our public hearing.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, because I was.
No, that's okay.
So.
Good. Hold on, and when the public hearing's open, the chairman will open public comment.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Is anyone else here? I know you're here. Gentleman in the back.
I'll defer to you.
I'm on the right side.
You're closer to the door.
How you doing? Paul Bronson, 216 West Walk, outreach pastor, Vertical Church. I have no idea what happened last week. But what I do know is I know some good stories about this city. Okay. Over the last couple of years, I've worked very closely with a lot of you on this council. Tom McCarthy, Robert, people that have been getting hit hard lately. So I just want to say, I do know these stories. There's a great heart in this city that's not being told. Hopefully we're going to hear more of the good stories about what West Haven is doing right. Through that, I did get to know Mark a little bit too, because Mark did help me. So I'm seeing this as a little bit of a problem with this, with the program, possibly something stale. Listen, I'm new to doing the grants. We grew so big so quickly to handle the things we need to handle. Doing grants were new to me. Mark and Rosa took time with me when I screwed them up. Didn't reject me, sat there, helped me out so that we can continue to do the work together. So Vertical Church, City of West Haven, we've been working closely. We're going to continue to work closely. And I'm also going to release a little news right now. All that work together that we did together, the city council, Tom, Mark helping us, we just signed our lease for the Dream Center this morning. So we are going to complement the things that WEAT does, the things that the community house does, and we got a couple of months to fit it out. We look forward to working with everybody together to bring unity to this town. We need to work together. We need to stop killing each other here, ripping each other down. We need to do this together, the citizens. We are going to be open to anybody working with us. This isn't about my church. This is about our community. It's called the West Haven Dream Center. Actually, the Dream Center of West Haven, so that everybody could come alongside and do it together. One unity for our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Good evening. I'm Jay Corman. I live at 85 Ridgeview Place in Cheshire. I'm here tonight to represent Marrakech, Inc. Marrakech has been providing support for individuals with developmental and mental health challenges in our state for 51 years now. Marrakech has group homes, developed affordable housing. We do employment training and job placement, homeless outreach, and also work with youth at risk. My role is as development coordinator. A large part of my job is to actively research, identify, and apply to funders. They may be federal, state, foundations as well as individual donors for projects that Marrakech does not have funding to implement. I've been fundraising since 1985. Nobody has ever come to me offering me money. I need to go and approach them and make the ask. And it's also my job at Marrakech to reach out to the different communities and ask them about what the funding opportunities are within their communities or within the state or on the federal level. So I need to do my homework. Otherwise, my organization is going to go stale. We'll close the doors. We won't have the funding that we need. Here in West Haven, we've been providing services for over 20 years. We have a day program located at 450 Island Lane. We have a group home at Lake Street. We have another program at Wildwood. It's an ICF, which is an interim care facility. It's for individuals with disabilities who have medical challenges, live in their home and live in the community rather than a healthcare facility. Things that we would hope for our own kids, right? We also have over at Orange Crest, we have 3 units of folks that live over there. They're more independent. There's 24-hour staffing over there to help them with their needs, but they're out and about in the community independently. So I can tell you that we're just grateful to the Community Development Administration and the Citizens Advisory Committee for their past support of funding of capital improvements, primarily at Island Lane. A number of the improvements have been for accessibility. Door openers for folks in wheelchairs, right? Crutches, people who aren't stable on their feet. Hit that button or have the sensor, the door opens up. Creates independence. We all want to have that independence. I have worked with many cities here in Connecticut. I could tell you that I found the CDA office here to be very helpful, a great resource, and I often go to them to help search out funding options. So we're truly grateful to them. Marrakech is committed to providing the best services possible to improve the quality of life for the individuals we support here in West Haven, and we could continue to do that well into the future. We're thankful for the support we've gotten, and we're going to continue forward with our mission. So thank you.
Good evening. Rosa Richardson, 95 West Prospect Street in West Haven, Connecticut. Those of you who know me know that I am a true Westie. And I've committed almost 40 years of my life to being a public servant and a volunteer through many agencies within the city of West Haven. I'm standing here before you today because I feel the need to respond to some of the issues that arose at the previous council meeting. First, I think it's important that you understand that nonprofit organizations, any organization or agency, can apply for CDBG funds. You don't have to be a West Haven-based agency, and more important, your sub-recipients that receive these funds are West Haven people. Our mayoral appointed Citizen Advisory Committee meets with each and every applicant before determining the funding amount and who will receive those funds. Each agency meets at a specific designated date and time, and they are allowed the opportunity to discuss their application and answer any questions that the advisory committee may have. I enter the statistical data into the IDIS system. That's part of my job. And as you can hear, okay, I often get very overwhelmed and cry, okay, when I start entering this information, because I have a heart and it hurts. I was so saddened and so hurt when I heard the dialogue that transpired when Mark met before you, and to hear that the programs that the Citizen Advisory Committee deems stale on your side was very disheartening to me. I know and respect each and every one of you. I've known you for a very long time. I'm troubled that we are on the second floor of City Hall and available to each and every one of you. And if there is a question, our door is always open. And I would much rather you come and ask or address whatever concerns you have than to refer to the work that the CDA office and the Citizen Advisory Committee does as stale. I was saddened by the innuendos. I was saddened by the remarks that were directed at my manager. And those unreasonable and derogatory remarks have gone so far as to question and imply that the funds that are allocated are inequitable and unjustified. I will give each and every one of you my cell phone number, and you could call me any day or night. But please, don't disregard the work that the members of the Citizen Advisory Committee does. And it's also important that we implore to you that Mark and I don't make budgetary decisions. That is specifically done by the Citizen Advisory Committee, and our only job is to ensure that those funds are being allocated and meet HUD's regulations. That is our job. And I ask that you give CDA and the Citizen Advisory Committee the opportunity to have a discussion about it rather than make false claims and innuendos in a public forum. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everybody. Mark Bisakia, Master's in Public Administration, over 40 years of experience in the public and nonprofit sector, 355 Main Street. Mayor, citizens, members of City Council, and members of the Citizen Advisory Committee. Due to the types of questions asked at the last City Council meeting, I feel that it is my sad duty to inform you about the state of low to moderate income citizens in West Haven. I think you're getting the flavor for this. There are food insecure individuals and families in West Haven. There are children who have been raped in West Haven. There are victims of domestic violence in West Haven. There are citizens who require emergency assistance due to the unfortunate circumstances in West Haven. There are homebound individuals and senior citizens who require assistance and case management services in West Haven. There are special needs populations that require assistance in West Haven. There are individuals who are homeless and individuals who are in need of mental health case management services in West Haven. Low to moderate income parents need options for child development and Head Start in West Haven. These, my friends, are the critical needs for the low to moderate income community in West Haven. And surely, these critical needs are growing due to the effects of a persistent pandemic and an inflationary environment. These critical needs are identified in the CDA 5-year plan and subsequent annual action plans approved by the City Citizen Advisory Committee, the City Council, and the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. The question that we have before us tonight is, how do we as a community select service providers to respond to these critical needs? Some members of the City Council are stating the idea that the current list of nonprofit organizations that address these critical needs are stale. They have the opinion that CDA should actively recruit new organizations to service needs. With all due respect, that is not how we do city planning. It is a model for working the process backward. Our model is to do a needs assessment first. A needs assessment first. Who are these people in West Haven that need the CDBG funds the most? What we don't do is search for organizations to supply services for ambiguous needs. For the record, the current list of nonprofit service providers is WHEAT, the Community House, the Child Development Center, Marrakech, Columbus House, Rape Crisis of Milford, Clifford Beers, Youth and Family Services, the West Haven Department of Human Resources, Fish, Bridges, and BH Care Domestic Violence. Each one of these public services has special expertise to service a critical need. Clearly, it would be extremely surprising to find a new service that could compete with them for grant awards. For example, could anybody name an agency that could provide better services for our West Haven rape victims besides Rape Crisis of Milford? Could someone name a better agency to respond to the homeless needs than Columbus House? Could someone name a better agency to respond to domestic violence than BH Care? The very same city council members who stated on the record that they do not want to do CDA's job believe agencies with better track records are out there. But the reason these theoretical agencies never apply for a CDA grant is because CDA was at fault for never sending them a special invitation. Honestly, this is convoluted thinking. CDA has identified all these agencies in the 5-year plan and subsequent action plans. Plans approved by the Citizen Advisory Committee, the City Council, and the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. Make no mistake, HUD expects us to fund these agencies because they are identified in our plans. While Citizen Advisory Committee is always open to the new idea of new organizations providing critical services, the Citizen Advisory Committee believes it would be foolish to significantly reduce funding to reliable, stable, experienced organizations that have proved their value time through years and most recently through the existing pandemic. These organizations are not stale because they have formed long-lasting partnerships with the city to address critical needs. They are vital. Moreover, the Citizen Advisory Committee wishes to state for the record that City Council members have not completed a thorough review of applications for funding, nor have they conducted in-depth interviews with applicants, and this is not their job. However, it is the job of the Citizen Advisory Committee. And the Citizen Advisory Committee has 2 members on the City Council that can answer questions as they arise. But they're reporting back to us that they are rarely asked for information. With this as a context, the Citizen Advisory Committee believes that some of the City Council members are making decisions and disparaging remarks about the CDA department and the Citizen Advisory Committee based on faulty information and supposition. The Citizen Advisory Committee wishes to state that it is the citizen participation plan that guides the process. A plan, by the way, that is reviewed, updated, and approved by both the Citizen Advisory Committee and the City Council a few short years ago. For the record, it is the mayoral appointed Citizen Advisory Committee that annually reviews applications, conducts interviews, makes funding recommendations, and is trained in HUD policies and guidelines. The job of the City Council is to first listen to the citizens and the organizations during the public hearing. And second, to say yes or no to the recommended budget through judicious weighing of citizen and organization comment. The Citizen Advisory Committee has reviewed all applications for funding very carefully, and I can say they've spent a lot of time and hours volunteering to do so. They should be commended. I said that at the last meeting. I am reiterating it tonight. The City of West Haven needs both the Citizen Advisory Committee and the City Council to approve this budget. If it's not approved, we risk losing the funding. The Citizen Advisory Committee urges the Council to vote yes for this budget. On a personal note, I just want to thank the Citizen Advisory Committee once again. They have done such a tremendous job, and all the community support for the CDBG program has always been there. And as the pastor said, Westies work together. It's time to stop. Let's just work together. Let's get this stuff done. Please. Thank you very much.
Aaron Charlie, 146 Union Ave. I just want to state for the record, I'm a board member of the West Haven Child Development Center. And I refuse to accept that we are considered stale, or any of these other groups are considered stale. I know many groups. I know many people that work for these groups. I know many board members for these groups. I donate money to many of these groups. The services they provide to this town. I know the process CDA goes through for this. When I was on the council, this became an issue, and I don't think I ever saw Nikki Ruckel, the councilman of the 2nd District, get so animated when we questioned the CDA grant. This isn't the proper forum. The community, their community, what is it? Advisory Committee is the proper forum. They're the ones who go through these steps, interview these groups, decide where this money should go. And these groups provide terrific services for this town. I dare you to tell me which groups you want to cut from that list, how much, and where you want to put it to. Do you want to take it away from rape victims? Do you want to take it away from our kids? Take it away from domestic violence victims? Homeless? Who? I just get beside myself when last council meeting I hear the word stale thrown around. These groups aren't stale. They provide terrific services. They might be behind the scenes, but that's where they're needed. They shouldn't be here tonight. These people worked hard today. Why the kids are out there? The hall was down to the elevator before. I have a photo. I dare you to go look at it on Facebook and Instagram. These people have better things to do tonight than be here. But they feel threatened, and they shouldn't feel threatened. They should feel welcome in this town. We should welcome these groups, help them any way they need. When I was on a nonprofit, and also as a board member of nonprofits, I know we search out grants. We apply for grants. We make sure all our paperwork is in order. We make sure our nonprofit status is in order. When we get a grant, we make sure all the documentation is in order. Lots of grants require you to always file reports with them. We always make sure we file reports with them on time, exactly what they need. That is the job of the nonprofit. Nonprofits get grants, they administer grants, and they service their populace. To think otherwise, I think some of you, maybe you need to go spend time in a nonprofit. Go talk to people that sit on boards in nonprofits or work for nonprofits. See what they go through. Go talk to a grants administrator at a nonprofit. See what they go through. When I worked at a nonprofit, I wasn't in the grants department. I was in outreach and I did legal. But we're all hands on deck with grants. So I was always Googling for new grants, making sure if we could apply for them or not, and we would make a list for the grants administrator. That was part of our job, because that's how nonprofits fund themselves. And I just want to thank Mark and Rosa, because I know the tremendous job they do. I want to thank the committee for all the work that they do. And I just hope, going forward, this doesn't happen again. This happened before previously. I don't know why it's happening again. These are great groups, and they're not stale. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Grisel Aguilar. I am living in 180 Lamberton Street, New Haven. I am Commissioner of Disability. Also, I am the voluntary with Diane, with the Spanish speaker members. But I'm here for the most important part in my life. I am mom. I am mom for disability child. No child, he's adult. He's 35 years old. And he participated in West Haven community for 16 years. He's part of the West Haven Community Connection. For me, they are my family. West Haven community is part of my life. If you cut the budget, I be in trouble in my house, because I have planned with him. I go down to the hill, he go older, and I go older, and my plan is the pen of West Haven Community Connection. And if you cut what I do with Carlos still living with me, but what he do when I not be there? My plan is go to the groups. I know those people for 16 years. I never have complained about them. I never say anything. They are good workers, dedicated. Carlos participates Saturdays in the program. He go to everywhere with them because I trust them. If they are not in here, I not do anything in my life. I could able to work, I can do anything. But I support them 101% because I know they are great people. They have heart, empathy. Most of the people, they don't have empathy with people with disabled. And I can go drop Carlos and go back to work and I don't care. I don't have to worry about, because I know them. I know each one, each people working with Carlos in his program. And I hope so you consider I the face of those people behind them, and them too. Because my job with the group is teach them how get a service, how they are the rights. And one of the rights is they have the right to have the same thing everybody in the community have. If you take out the money, they're limited. That's it. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. Stephen Mullins, 22 Oak Road in Allingtown. So, the West Haven that I know, that I grew up in for decades, has been the most giving and loving community that the state of Connecticut has to offer. And despite the challenges, the extreme challenges we've gone through, particularly in the last few months, I have fielded phone calls and text messages from people throughout the state, in some cases the nation, about West Haven, and they have been positive. But one thing I can always say is that West Haven is the most giving, most caring community that the state of Connecticut has to offer out of all 169 independent self-governing municipalities that make up the state of Connecticut. But 2 weeks ago, when I watched that city council meeting, I thought differently, and it was hurting, and it still hurts. Particularly our people with special needs, and this room was filled with a good number of them and their supporters earlier. These people who have special needs and are developmentally challenged, these fine young men and women who are part of the everyday fabric of the West Haven community, are definitely not stale, and they should definitely not be treated as such. And I'm asking this council to do the right thing and give the appropriate funds so that they and other organizations that work with rape crisis and homelessness, etc., can have the resources they need to continue to make West Haven a great place to live and raise your family, despite our politics. So that's all I'm asking from this council, is to do the right thing and to approve the appropriate funding. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak for public hearing? For a second time, would anyone else like to come up and speak? For the third and final time? Did you want to speak on the public hearing, ma'am?
About this issue?
No.
Okay, one moment, ma'am.
Yeah.
One, yeah, nope.
But for this
Public.
subject matter.
For the third and final time, would anyone like to come up and speak on this public hearing? At this time, it's 8:10 and the public hearing is closed, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Careful for that rug. Yeah, I know, I'm worried. I'm worried about that rug. No, the rug. Yes.
Okay, the council meeting now is open for public session. Anybody would like to come up to speak? Address the council? Mr. Frazzalone?
Yeah, she had her.
Sorry, excuse me.
Good evening, I'm Herminia Gaeta, and I live at 58 West Walk. You know me, I've been trying, and my subject is still the same. I brought with me the programs of, this is the Milford Senior Center monthly program. This is West Haven. They're not the same amount as that. That you have enough, one each, but the other. Please study them, because the difference that you see. Last Friday, I went to Milford Senior Center. I attended the concert, which I am a member of the Milford, even though I live in West Haven. The parking lot of Milford Senior Center, and this was Friday, was packed. You did not have a parking space. You have to park on the street. That's how many people the Milford Senior Center serves with their programs. And you could see it on their programs. Yesterday, Friday, this past Friday, I went to Milford on the 17th of June. Last Friday, I went to the Senior Center of West Haven. There were about 6 people. That's it. Oh, they said, oh, you came on Friday because it's a low attendance. Senior Center should be beaming with people if they have the right programs. I don't know why nobody cares about the senior citizens' activities. You hear, yes, we need the children's programs. We need the special programs for the handicapped, the whatever, the needing. I have a child that is profoundly retarded. It's not that I don't have. I have 5 children. I raised my children. I didn't speak a word of English when I came to this country. Now I have a bachelor's degree. So we could do it. You could do it. That is my thing with the Senior Center program. Please don't say, oh, we're going to get a new floor. Jeepers, from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. It doesn't change anything else. You only have one person that runs the senior center. How much can that one person do? You have to have people with all the programs. The seniors are not all on a wheelchair or ready to walk or with dementia and they need the programs too. But you need the programs for the 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85. I'm going to be 88.
Oh, God bless you.
You need the programs to keep the people active, that they could dance, they could learn, they could participate, see the movie, in Milford, when I went for the concert that they had on the 17th, it was from senior citizens that they belong, they're members. And they did a beautiful job, but they have hundreds of programs in that. They serve the community. That's what you call a community service, not just a specific group. You're going to have a group for this, a group for that, a group for that, and the rest of the people get forgotten. Now you see it yourself. Okay, that is for that. The next thing is you hire counselors, advisory, whatever you want to call them. Do you ever inspect some of the programs, what the citizens ask for? I listened to the complaint about this and that, all the complaints, but nothing gets done. For the potholes, I would say, they do a job, they do this, and they don't do that, they don't see that. I've been going down Atwater Street in West Haven. This is a pothole that I'm saying. At the end of Atwater, there was big pothole. Leet Street, that is the next street over, I go down because it's one way going down. I have to turn around to come back to Washington Street to go to West Haven, to West Walk. So at the end of Atwater, there was a big pothole that you have to go right next to that was repaired. Next street is a big pothole from the winter. I'm talking in the winter time. On Leet Street, there is a pothole that it wasn't repaired. They repaired this one. What's the matter with that? They didn't see it. It's been there since December, since the winter. They don't do the job that even that they do patch whatever here or there. They don't see. I was at City Hall when they fixed the parking where the mayor parks, and they were working, putting in the asphalt. Like I said, I complained before that they don't finish the job. They don't do the job right. Okay, they did a big piece of asphalt, 1 square like this, not even a yard, from where they stopped. There were 3 big potholes and they didn't do it. I said to the people that work at the garage that they had, I said, what happened to those? Oh, they must have run out. Oh, it needs a new contract. A new contract from here to there. Then they see it. Now they did the one near the art center that you want to give the art center, which is on the other side of where the mayor works. And they did a nice piece right in the middle because it was broken up, all mud, that's been for years since I've been practicing. At the end, when you go right, if you come from City Hall and you see, they didn't do it. They didn't fix it. What's the matter? From here to there, they don't see it. That needs to be done. So that's the point, that how things work. And the people are disappointed, actually, because they don't do the right job. They don't do the job good. They don't finish their jobs. So maybe some of you could go to check personally. Make groups. We check this, you check that, and you check that. Because what is being reported to you, it's not the truth. It's because they don't do the job. That's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Larry Rice, and I just want to quickly just talk to you about an issue I've had here in West Haven, and it has to deal with the city of West Haven. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. I noticed that they were flying a what is considered a thin blue line flag, or also known as a Blue Lives Matter flag, on a city building in West Haven. This flag is well known to be controversial. Some people say it supports police officers, but it was flown in Charlottesville. It's been known to been flown by white supremacists, even on January 6th, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some police forces have even gone as far as to ban, this flag due to its implications. I don't think it's fair as a West Haven citizen that I have to support and pay for a flag that I definitely don't agree with on a city building. This gentleman said that there's rape victims, that there's victims of homelessness, but there's also police brutality victims in the city of West Haven who lost their whole lives because of police misconduct, because of racial profiling, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have context for this, right? We know that most of our Confederate monuments were not resurrected right after the Civil War. They were resurrected when black people began to say, I want my human rights, also known as civil rights, that we no longer want to be murdered, we no longer want to be forced to sit on the back of a bus, pushed out of restaurants, not able to live where we live, and we are still dealing with these problems to this day. We know that they resurrected those monuments and those things to let black people know that we're never going to change. This Blue Lives flag, or the thin blue line flag, was beginning to gain popularity. And this is just obvious. And you can ask yourself, when did we put that flag on that public works building? It began to gain popularity when black people used to beginning to say, we are suffering under police brutality. We are being murdered, maligned. We're losing our careers behind police brutality. And that's when that flag gained notoriety. To this day, I can tell you the order, and I'll share this with you. On the Christmas Eve of 1862, in the midst of the Civil War, Confederate President Jefferson Davis issued an order to the Confederate Army that all Negro slaves captured in arms at once be delivered over to the execution authorities in respective states. This led to the mass murder of black soldiers. Until this day, they named our military bases after who? Those same Confederate soldiers, those same generals' names are on the military base. Our men and women fight, train, deploy, lose their lives on military posts that are named after the men who executed them. And that became popular when we began to beg for our human rights. No, that flag is the same thing. What West Haven is doing on a local level has been done on a national level, and that's representation of that. I had a very contentious argument with some people, city employees at West Haven, and then in return, I'm gonna just tell you the slippery slope that you guys are playing with. They called the police. Now here I am having an argument about Blue Lives Matter and the flag, and guess who came to resolve it? The police with their guns. That is a very slippery slope. That is not a fair argument being resolved by impartial people. It would not be fair to have an argument about a Black Lives Matter flag and a bunch of black men, activists with guns and badges, with the power of the state of Connecticut and the city of West Haven, say, I'm going to resolve it. That's not fair. So I'm asking, please take that flag down. As a black man in America, I've also had my issue with law enforcement. I've been maligned as well as my father, and many of us know this. I shouldn't be forced with the money that I have to send to support that. And we can have our own agreements. We can have what we believe and say, I don't believe in that. I don't agree with that. But that's for you to put in your house as well as me to put in my house, not to be flown on the city property. So I'm just asking, please, take that flag down and show some respect to a lot of people who have suffered under that flag, suffered from those issues. Thank you, guys. I know you got very important things to do. I apologize, but thank you very much.
Anyone else like to come up and address the council? Mr. Fresalone.
Good evening, Paul Frozalone, 19 Bloom Street. As far as I'm concerned, all lives matter. Everyone's here, all of our loved ones, everybody's lives matter.
As far as I'm concerned, that's racist.
I'm here today to thank the people who filled the potholes on Beach Street. I know I gave the city council an ultimatum and the mayor a week ago today that if they weren't fixed, they were going to be fixed on Tuesday. I had about 22 people interested in helping and also interested in donating money to fill the potholes. Only thing I just wish I had a phone call, because I would have loved to have been there. I would have helped out every shovelful. And I just wish I was there. I found out afterwards that it was getting done. I want to thank the gentlemen or women, whoever helped do it. Means a lot. You know, I keep on talking about the brewery does not belong at the conference center. I keep on saying this for this probably my 5th city council meeting. With the state of the Haven project, I think the best place for the brewery is across from Lorenzo's on Elm Street. That it will enhance the boat traffic to a dock to the brewery where people could dock their boats. Like I stated before, they could dock their boats, walk across the street to go to Lorenzo's. I mean, it's going to be a twofold. To invest money where you got the city council, the mayor wants it to go, to me, is ridiculous. And I keep on stating that if all the people on Kelsey Avenue realize that there's going to be trucks coming down Kelsey Avenue on a regular basis to deliver product to the brewery and deliver CHAG, because CHAG goes, I think, in every state of the United States, it gets delivered. Our infrastructure can't handle it. I keep on saying this every meeting. Our infrastructure will not handle it. The people on Kelsey Avenue will not be able to handle it. So we need to get West Haven back organized. The mayor wants to find the Havens project. Has anyone ever gone to the parking lot behind Steve Goldstein's jewelry store? Have you ever wandered through there? I mean, the potholes there, I mean, are unbelievable. And they're from the city street to the city parking lot. I go there so I go to Vio's. I try to shop locally. The potholes are horrendous, terrible. I mean, the city does try to maintain it by picking up paper. The grass is is extremely high. There's trash all over the place. And I always say, if people see a clean environment, they will not add to it. If people see trash, they're going to throw trash. If we can't clean up our own city property, how are you going to find local residents and local business for not cleaning up theirs? It's just, you look at half the city properties, they're all overgrown with grass, weeds. And let's go back 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. You know how many city workers we had between Public Works and Park Rec? Definitely over 100, but I remember about 84. And over administration after administration after administration, we take this person's job out of the budget, that person's job out of the budget. We're taking the working people's jobs out of the budget. Now you only got less than 40 city workers to take care of 11.4 square miles. Ladies and gentlemen, there's not enough manpower to take care of the city property that we own. It's impossible. We need to put, we got to have accountability. There's supervisors. We have great city public workers, and we have some what you call pilgrim furniture, lazy boy chairs. We have some lazy boy city workers, and I'm not afraid to say it, okay? And we have supervisors. These supervisors got to be held accountable, inside City Hall and outside. If the supervisors can't get their guys to do their job, then ladies and gentlemen, we should change these supervisors. Because nothing's getting done properly. We need the manpower. You probably need 20 more people to clean our city property. I'm talking Beach Street. I'm talking Allentown. I mean, West Shore doesn't nearly have as much city-owned property blight than Allentown or the flats in West Haven down where I live, near Beach Street, Bloom Street. I mean, the residents in Allentown over near Plainfield, we have that city park that we bought. It was supposed to be a community garden. You drive by there lately? I know the chief lives down the street. It's a mess. It's a mess. The first 10 feet off the street should be mowed on a regular basis. Same thing with Bloom Street. But up at Plainfield, that whole area is a mess. There's neighbors that clean that bend coming off of Route 34. The neighbors pay to put signs up. Please keep our area clean. Please don't throw trash. A lot of the community members are trying our best to help keep our neighborhoods clean and safe, and try not to have the trash. But it's not getting done enough on the city end. We need more city workers and public works. Okay? If you drive down Bloom Street and 3rd Avenue Extension, I don't understand why we knocked down, I think, 20-something houses on 3rd Avenue Extension and Bloom Street. Because of the flood. Well, Milford had floods. My family's been at the same house since 1945. They had three major floods since 1945. And at one time, my mother used to rowboat down Bloom Street and 3rd Avenue Extension. But that was back in the 40s. Why couldn't we put those houses on stilts? Why didn't we take advantage of that government money that all down Milford did off of Melba Street and East Haven did? They raised the houses with 80 cents on the dollar was federal money. In West Haven, Rosa DeLauro gets money to knock these houses down. Drive down 3rd Avenue Extension. Drive down Bloom Street. The swamp is just growing right to the street. If you look at 3rd Avenue Extension and Bloom Street, our neighbors were keeping that corner, cutting the grass, putting flags up, trying to keep it neat. There's a group of people that are trying to keep the sanctuary in that section and the 2nd Avenue Park clean. But what the city is doing, they absorbed this property, and it's I don't like to say jungle, but the mosquitoes down there are outrageous right now. I mean, we can't go after other people until we take care of our own property. The conference center, listen, I got pulled out of the last 2 meetings ago from our mayor that the previous administration wasn't upkeeping the conference center. That's why it's dilapidated where it is. Well, you know something? You had a roof leak. You probably had a roof leak for 8 years. You didn't do nothing for it. You didn't fix it. That's why you had a tarp on your roof. That is blight. Having a tarp on a public building, first of all, is a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And it's definitely blight. That building was neglected since majority of this administration came into office. We didn't do nothing. The building was making money. Was it making great money? No. But it was making money. It wasn't in the black. It was making money. Okay? Lynn Jagway did a great job of what she had. And I was always against that conference center because I run the Italian American Club, and I always said, I always spoke on behalf of the Elks, the Knights of Columbus, and the Masons Lodge. I said, our tax dollars are being used against us to rent a facility. That's what I always used to say in front of the previous councils. But the conference center was run right with the tools that the people had to run it. The problem was the city took the money, put the money over here, and never put it back into the building. They never fixed the roof. You know, they just put a Band-Aid on a wound. And you can't just put a Band-Aid on a wound, especially when it's a city building. All of our city buildings are falling apart. You know, you got the building right to our right, the old Masonic Lodge. A lot of us raised money for the Art Center. Paul Scanlon was one of the leaders in that. This Art Center should have been up and going 10 years ago, 12 years ago. What is it? It's a parking lot for city cars. That's what it came down to. All that grant money that we use is a parking lot for city cars. It's pretty sad. It's sad. I mean, you can't even put a mailbox in the ground in West Haven without having problems. Why can't we just take care of West Haven property first that the taxpayers all pay for? We all pay for it. Okay? Why can't we take care of our property? And then you say, hey, listen, little Johnny down the street, hey, you know, you got to clean up your yard. You know, some of the neighbors are complaining. You know, but, you know, because now he's going to say, well, you know, the city, look at that. Morris Park's a mess. I never seen Morris Park so bad, the whole area. Yeah, I mean, it's just a domino effect, and it's city-owned property that's a domino effect. You know, all of our state highway entrances, they maybe cut the grass once every 6 weeks. Somebody got to get on the phone with the commissioner of DOT and say, hey, listen, we want all these entrance and off-ramps, the grass cut, mowed, whatever, on a regular basis. If it not, maybe every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks, but not like every 6 weeks. You go over the railroad track on First Avenue. The grass is usually high. You go over the railroad track on Allen Strawson Road. The grass is 90% high. Come on, I would volunteer. I would volunteer my services and some of my worker or two of mine to help do some of these properties. And I'm sure there's people here, people home that are watching this on YouTube that would help. We want a clean environment. We want to enjoy West Haven. We want to be able to come down the beach and not have to worry about picking up litter. I hate walking by litter. I pick it up. I mean, I've lost a job at McDonald's for taking litter after I swept the parking lot, and I'm talking 40 years ago. I had the little butler I swept, and I threw it right back into people's car. And I will do it again tomorrow if I see someone throwing trash out. I got no problem with that. I mean, we all love West Haven. That's why everyone left their loved ones to be here tonight. And we all respect everyone here to take time away from their family, to represent us. But what we want you to do is represent us. Do what's right for us, because what you do right for us reflects on you all. So we have a great community here. We have some great community leaders. We have a lot of young people that want to get involved in this community, but they're getting a bad taste on what they see. There's so many positives in West Haven, but majority of the time, the negatives destroy the positives. So let's all work. You know, you all should walk out here tonight, let's say, I'm going to make tomorrow better than today, because I made today better than yesterday. That's what you got to think in your mind. What can you do tomorrow that you didn't do today? You know, if you see your neighbor's trash cans out, I take my neighbor's trash cans out every Sunday night, and I put them back Monday morning. I mean, I just do it because, you know, she's a little old lady, and she's not from Pasadena, but she's from East Haven. That's a song, Little Old Lady from Pasadena. But years ago, our neighbors were our neighbors. We're getting away from that, neighbors, because there's so much tension. And we need to just all work together for a goal that we all could be proud of. And I think, like the community house, great. My nephew went there. Great organization. Bridges. Stella Cretella was big with Bridges. Steve will tell you. I mean, we donated money over the years for Bridges. Columbus House. They really help out people. I had a couple of workers of mine years ago that went to Columbus House. Yeah, it's just these organizations have a lot. The young lady's talking about the senior centers. The West Haven Italian American Club, we have our own senior group. that meets every Tuesday. I think 10 or 11 o'clock. Nobody even knows that. We have our own senior group because these people came to us like 20-some years ago that there wasn't enough to do for the seniors in West Haven. And you don't have to be Italian. We have all different people that come to our group. You average about 30 to 40 men and women that come every Tuesday. And we've been doing that for years. But like she says, you go to Milford, I do a lot of work in Milford. Milford's got it going on. They do everything right from maybe not A to Z, but A to X. If we could just mirror what Milford does, that's going to benefit for all of us. I keep on saying, we need a transfer station. Let's not hire a consultant to do a transfer station. Just go look how Milford does their transfer station. It's awesome. I go there. I pay an out-of-town fee, and I go there and dump. I take stuff from my customers in Milford there. When our fairs was alive, the compost was supposed to be a gold zone for West Haven. Our fairs had an idea. You can't get the leaves we have up north down in Florida. People don't realize that. Our leaves are totally different. Artie Ferris wanted to bring a rail track into the compost site. He wanted to make the compost, put it on a rail, and ship it down south. And he had it all figured out to the dime. I mean, we were going to make some serious money every year. But it would have took us a lot of resources to get that rail track in there. The compost site used to be great. I wouldn't even take a shovel full of that stuff today because people don't care what they put in those brown bags no more. They just throw junk in there. You go to the compost site, there's bottles, there's trash, there's syringes, there's everything. People don't care. They think it's their trash that they're putting in front of their curb. It's not trash. That's for recyclables. So we got so much stuff in this town to offer. Like I said, I want to thank everybody here and then here for being here tonight. Let's just get our act together and let's make us proud so we can be proud of you. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Thomas Cosa, 34 May Street. Hope you're having a good night tonight. I did have a list of stuff to talk about, but after hearing what the gentleman, what the issues before this, I feel guilty coming up here complaining about a few things, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. The only thing I'll say about that is I hope they do you justice. So good luck with that. And you should all do justice for that organization and that CDA. So as I've only been coming to the meetings for probably about the last 6 months. Seems like a lot of the complaints are about public works. There's paving, there's the sidewalks, and I understand that Public Works takes care of a lot of stuff. Tom McCarthy, I believe runs it? Correct. Okay. Does he exist? Seriously, is his actual person, because I never see him. Is his email and phone number the same as what it is supposed to be on the website? Because I know he doesn't return any phone calls or any emails about not garbage bags, the leaf bag pickup. I got leaves sitting out there for 3 weeks. I'm done calling, I'm done emailing. My understanding is some of the council members probably, they don't even get answers from Tom McCarthy. All right? I would like to hear from the mayor, even though she's not here. I would like to know why she doesn't hold him responsible for what is going on with Public Works. Why are these streets not getting the potholes? I appreciate the fact that whoever volunteered to take care of those potholes down in that area. And I drive through there every day too. So my truck says thank you. And my kidneys. The Second Ave, I also have to go down. That's a disaster. I find it, again, I think it's great that people volunteered to go ahead and do what they did. That's great. But that is the job of Public Works that is supposed to be taking care of these issues. Not the citizens, Public Works. My understanding is the asphalt was donated. Was anybody from the city there, like Public Works? I'm hearing no, but I don't know. So that's their job. Tom McCarthy, who is the supervisor, or whatever he is, the superintendent, he's the one who's supposed to be directing all this stuff to get done. My leaves sit out there. Second Avenue is a mess. It took a threat from this gentleman 2 weeks ago to get those potholes filled that volunteers had to do. Now, in the meetings I've been coming to, potholes have been a pretty big subject. And again, nothing gets done. So am I supposed to come up here and say that if they're not done by Friday, I'm gonna call the news to get everything done on Second? Is that how things work? Now, I'm not directing this at the council per se, because I know it's not you. Can you hold the mayor responsible for her job of making, like the gentleman said, having people do what they're supposed to do, doing their job? I have a hard time with it. I really, really do. Second Ave, I know it's getting torn up by the gas company, but again, those potholes that are there were long before they started ripping up that street. And I would appreciate if somebody from the council would ask her to either address it, maybe put it out on the website, Tom McCarthy, something in the paper, The Voice, whatever, addressing why is it not getting done. The mayor sits there and writes everything down when everybody says something, but nothing gets done. There's supposed to be transparency in this town, which again, I have said that we don't have any, and from the government, and I believe that to this day still. And when I hear that council people can't even get answers from the mayor and can't get answers from certain departments, here I am sitting there blaming some of you all for not getting the crap done. But you are trying to do your job, your due diligence for the residents that live in that area, and you're not getting answers. You're not getting responses. So, doesn't that aggravate you? Doesn't that, you know, we can sit here and talk the big game about how we're very transparent. I do appreciate what you all do. I sit up here, complain, I'll give kudos. And I know, deep down I know it's not just you. Deep down I know you're not getting an answer from the top. If there's any way that you can hold the mayor and these other people responsible for their jobs, I'm sorry. She says the big picture starts with her. I'm sorry. And again, she's not here. I know she's on vacation or whatever, God bless her. So I'll do the same thing. If Second Avenue those potholes are not filled on Second Avenue, I'm telling you, I'll give you till Friday. He gave you a week. I'm giving you until Friday. If that is not done on Friday, and I am off on Friday, I am calling action. I'm going to call Channel 8 News. Matter of fact, I'm going to call Channel 8 News Thursday night, because I expect when I drive down Second Avenue Friday morning to have those potholes filled. Public Works needs to do their job. All right, I am going to call Action News Thursday at 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the evening. If that's what it takes to get stuff done around here from Public Works, so be it, I'll do it. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't care if he's gonna be pissed off. Good, he needs to do his job. All right? So, again, and it's not directed at you all, but it's becoming very, very, very aggravating. The other thing, I did watch the special meeting that you had last week, and some of the stuff you were discussing. Just real quick, I appreciate the fact that you want to give the firefighters bonuses. All right. I'm not saying they don't deserve a bonus. I think anybody that worked through this, everybody deserved a bonus. All right. Firemen do what other people don't want to do. Police do what other people don't want to do. Same thing with all the services, military, you name it. I don't know of anybody that got a $10,000 bonus. I find that a little bit excessive. I'm not saying they don't deserve something, but that's a little excessive. And again, I appreciate what they do, but I really need to think that some of y'all should consider there are other people, there are other organizations out there that also suffered through COVID. So, but with that, again, thank you for everything you all do. I appreciate it, and hope you all have a good evening and a good week. And I hope I don't have to call WTNH. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Michelle Gregorio, 26 Fairview Avenue. I was grateful to be here tonight. I didn't look at the agenda or what the meeting, before I came here, what the meeting agenda was going to be before I got here. But I was grateful to hear about more of the good work that's being done in our community, thanks to the people that work in community development, and thanks to the volunteers. I know a couple of you not on that board anymore, but been on that board, so you guys know what kind of work it takes. I'm grateful, and I've always said I'm grateful to live in West Haven because of the people in West Haven, because of my neighbors, because I know our community, and I'll probably start crying, our community always takes care of each other, okay? Whether it's an illness or a park or whatever the situation might be, West Haven people's hearts are huge, and they will do what it has to take care of each other. Therefore, with the grace of God, go I. The requests being made, they are not stale, and there have been some comparisons tonight of Milford to West Haven. But you're all, elected officials, so I think you're all aware of your neighborhoods and the demographics, okay? Although Milford might have the same size population that West Haven has, and they have more grocery stores than we have, okay? Great opportunity for economic development there, guys. Part of the problem is that where the demographics don't compare is the median income and the need that our community has well and above over some Milford residents. I'm not saying domestic violence doesn't happen in Milford. I'm not saying there's homeless, because we know there's a homeless shelter there. I'm not saying that none of the needs that were mentioned tonight that we have in West Haven don't exist in Milford, but I think our need is greater because of our demographics and because of struggles that people have day to day here in West Haven, okay? So, that being said, I come up here and talk to you about the budget, a dry, boring conversation. I'm going to try to loop some of the remarks I came with here tonight, thinking about what I was going to say, back to the needs of the community as well as to the budget, okay? Let's admit it, we had funds stolen from us. Also, Marb has stepped up and said, Tier 4 at West Haven. I don't think any of us, unless everybody's read that statute thoroughly, I don't think any of us really all know 100% what the implication of Tier 4 really means. What I hope it doesn't mean, and what I hope you guys stay on top of, is that money that was stolen or misspent or not allocated properly, or if another audit finds that the funds were not properly used, I really hope that doesn't fall back on us as taxpayers and citizens. Why do I say that? Yes, Marb did approve the budget, but there's nothing that we've seen, only newspaper articles that say taxpayers might be responsible. Nothing is saying that maybe there'll be a supplemental tax bill when all is said and done. I sure hope that doesn't happen, because that would be an awful burden on all of us. We're all taxpayers, right? All of us as taxpayers. So please communicate with Marb, get as much information as you can as to what the law behind the Marb and the Tier 4 means, and what implication does that mean on an ongoing basis, okay? A budget is like almost a living and breathing thing, but as you guys know, as time goes by, we might have an emergency we have to take care of. That becomes an expense or a variance on the budget, right? We might have a situation where something else happened in City Hall where, I don't know, somebody broke a window. There's other expenses that come up throughout a budget season that aren't necessarily planned. We hope our budgets are planned as well as possible. But with Marb watching us, what happens if these kinds of events occurred? Okay, extraordinary, unplanned events, okay? What does that mean in terms of our whole budget, our tax plan, and the citizens, okay? What the MARB did say, which was very striking to me, and another thing I like you guys to really watch out for, they said, well, there's always revenue. And they didn't mean revenue by economic development, guys, okay? They're not going to be in charge of economic development. They meant revenue by raising taxes. So, again, as I've mentioned previously, it's a huge burden on people, especially those that are still struggling year to year to year to year to year to have our taxes go up, okay? So please keep an eye on that. Please keep an eye on what they mean by revenue. In turn, I'd like to talk to you about the 5-year plan. So if it's true what I've read and what I looked at, one of the items in a 5-year plan, again, that's just a forecast, it's a budget, what we think is going to happen, our best guess, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the most glaring items in that 5-year plan was revenue from the Haven site. You know, I think at one point, maybe in the near future, somebody's going to sit here and say, because the whole business community knows it's not happening, okay? So, whatever's going to happen, whether they're going to sell the property, whether an alternate developer is going to come in, whatever's going to happen, okay? It's not necessarily your job to get your arms around that, but it's your job to hold the mayor accountable as to what's going to happen. It's your job to go back to the state reps who asked for a special deal, you know, to say what's really happening here, okay? There's stuff on the line, and those properties and the people that live in that area it's still considered a blighted area. They're having difficulty, not that they want to refinance now with interest rates going up. There's still issues over there with the actual homeowners that live there, okay? So please, somebody in the near future, get your arms around what's happening there. There's whispering, so much whispering, and actually declaratory statements being made by members of the business community that it's not happening. And I'm not talking about the mom and pop shops, which are very valuable. I'm talking about leaders in the business community, other developers throughout the state. It's a joke. It's a joke. So that revenue expectation in the 5-year plan needs to get yanked, okay? So economic development. I was happy to see that we had some kind of recognition for maybe what's going to be happening in the city. I'm not happy that the mayor's not here tonight. I'm not happy I don't see the finance director here tonight. We still should be all hands on deck because we're still in got a lot of stuff to take care of, right? So economic development, and I'm going to circle this back to where this meeting started. It would be such a dream that we had so much economic development in this city, that it helped the burden of the taxpayers. Not only that, created more jobs in city halls so the fields could get taken care of, created a social service department where the needs of the citizens could get met. The police, okay? God bless our policemen. They're doing social work when they're out there. They're picking drunks off the street. They're helping them get to rehab. They're helping people mitigate people that are having problems in their homes. They do a tremendous job, but that's not their job because, as you know, there's problems with crime. I know it's in all communities. That's their expertise. That should be their focus. God bless them for helping us. But wouldn't it be wonderful if we figured out where all the money's been wasted over the last 10 years, all right? Because we know it's been wasted. We know it's been stolen, okay? People, it's just the way it is, okay? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were able to establish a department where we had a couple of social workers and a senior outreach and somebody that would help somebody with disabilities? Other cities and towns have that. Would help our friends here with their grants, but it would help the citizens in need. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Let's really talk about how we could do better, how we cannot waste money, how we could figure out how the money got stolen once and for all right? And let's talk about what you got elected to do, service the public. Thanks so much.
Anyone else like to get up and address the council? Anyone else like to? Or
oh, good. I'm on 19% here, so thanks. Eleanor Slamba, 18 4th Avenue, West Haven, and I appreciate all that you have to do every day. I'm here to correct the record. You see, my name was used at last week's June 21st special meeting in relation to something I supposedly agreed to, which was not representative. I have, let's see, I'm talking, of course, about the Art Center. I think whenever you're trying to build a shared mental model of a process among people from different professional backgrounds, from building buildings to advising on economic and cultural policy, this can happen. However, to set that piece straight, while the minutes from last week's special meeting read, an RFP is going out for an arts organization to take the building over with some space available to the community for community center, I would have worded the update you received a little differently, along the lines of an RFP is being developed for the space to be managed by an arts organization that understands the needs of West Haven's diverse community. Look, the arts and community are not at odds here. Please do not think that they are. Nothing could be more community-oriented than an art space bustling with programs for all ages in a walkable downtown, just steps from City Hall and many restaurants, programs that are multicultural, intergenerational, and free whenever possible. There are numerous revenue streams, and by this, I am talking about things like parking, concessions, different tiers of rentals that I hope to swiftly have the opportunity to present with as much thought and open-mindedness as they deserve. But as I keep mentioning, a plain vanilla box is not the container for this. The facilities we design for our community members and cultural producers need to consider and center who they are, what they need, and how to help them prosper. Otherwise, you lose this project's whole focal point. What I agreed to do was to offer my thoughts in the form of technical assistance on the RFP about qualifications needed for a third party to step in and manage this prime position in our city square. But to structure this opportunity, we must be accountable to existing funders and other stakeholders. There is no statute of limitations, but instead memorandums of understanding on record with Yale and UNH. Simply because of personnel changes over the years doesn't mean that these long-lived institutions are going to simply forget that they gave money for a specific purpose. As an arts professional, I strongly think that as part of this process, we need to take a moment to go talk to these stakeholders, especially since the MOUs mention providing ongoing operational support for the Arts Center. Or are we going to leave that on the table because we're on a fast track here and nobody, not even those who represent artists and cultural groups in this community, better stand in the way? We also need to explore and be very mindful of the parameters of the state of Connecticut has set forth related to the bond funding it awarded. This money was specifically tied not to an all-purpose center, but the economic development brought about when arts, culture, and tourism is the driver. As the chair of our Economic Development Commission, Christine Gallo, a District 2 resident, by the way, put it, I'm not for the project if it becomes a community center. A community center in that location will drain funds rather than bring them in. Call it an arts center that is for the community. With proper publicity, people can see that this is a plus for the city. Yes, even the people who want paving above all. That last part was in caps. I'm all for building an arts center that is community-oriented. In fact, did you know that over 50% of the children's museums built in the last 10 years were part of urban revitalization projects? Art space brings children and families from all walks of life together, transcending things that normally divide and isolate us, including language barriers. 13% of West Haven's population is considered linguistically isolated. People who struggle with English proficiency may have difficulty in school, seeking health care, accessing social services, or finding work. Latinos, who comprise the largest population of color in West Haven, are more likely to be linguistically isolated than other racial and ethnic groups. Yet we have wonderfully rich cultures and possibilities for cultural programming in connection with illustrious world-renowned organizations like the International Festival of Arts and Ideas. Can we rely on these outside organizations to save us or sprinkle pixie dust over the project and make it happen? No, but we can partner with them, and it is vital to the future of our community, including the seniors, youth, camps, schools, scouting organizations that need space and programming, that we do so. Another fact, research shows that 90% of brain development happens before the age of 5, and one of the most important ways young children learn is through play, which is highly creative. A recent paper on the American Academy Journal of Pediatrics, The Power of Play, emphasizes the crucial role of active play in early child development for everything from problem solving, social skills, to cognitive language skills. Kindergartners who attend arts programs show higher achievement scores by third grade regardless of socioeconomic status. Art spaces for families help move the needle on school readiness for all children, especially those living in poverty, which includes 12% of West Haven's population. Special needs populations as well, and the 3% of West Haven's children with elevated lead levels, and this is according to the 2021 equity profile put out by Data Haven, are even more in need of enrichment and support. Art programs can provide this enrichment, address the mental challenges left in the wake of COVID, and bring economic benefit, and in my opinion, they should. Yes, I want to offer technical assistance to advance this project, but as we prepare to put the building in third-party hands, let's look hard not just at all the expenses that need to be covered, but the revenue side. A thorough market analysis and market potential for these revenue streams needs to be well understood. I'm talking about revenue streams like parking, concessions, tiered rental fees, providing the space needs of the many, many cultural producers who live in our community. That's the market analysis in a nutshell. Lots of producers, very few venues, and more artists moving in as New Haven real estate market pushes them into our zip code. As esteemed arts maven Ruby Melton, another District 2 arts supporter, wrote on the Arts West CT Facebook page, diverting the focus from an arts center to something more all-purpose would be so wrong-headed and short-sighted, parochial and insular thinking that fails to understand the importance of arts and culture in building and embracing our beautiful, diverse community, attracting young professionals and creatives to our city, an economic driver which will attract businesses. We can create a showcase for our beautiful city center, a reason for people to visit, participate in programs, shop, eat in our restaurants, an important step towards creating a walkable, attractive center. We can't just focus on the shoreline to attract people and businesses to the city. We need to invest in the future by investing in arts and culture. Look at the communities around West Haven that are doing this. The city center is a crossroads with so much untapped potential. Let's not squander this opportunity. Let's do it right. And yes, with arts programming, there is much to maintain a community focus with educational programs centered on arts and culture, which can embrace the beautiful diversity of our community. We can fill potholes and do this. We must, or the future is lost. Okay, that's Ruby. Now I'm going to shift to a letter from my board vice president, also in the 2nd District. The Arts Center project, and this is Ruth Garby Torres. The Arts Center project has languished for 11 years. I am thankful that Arts West CT has picked up the ball on this project. Full disclosure, I was recently elected to serve on their board of directors, which I plan to be a short-term commitment in order to get the organization through this stage as a nonprofit. We recently drafted a mission statement. The mission of Arts West CT is to center creative expression and performance by and for the West Haven community. Notice we didn't say a center. The arts are more than a building, but it is time West Haven moved forward on this building. $3.5 million will get us through phase 2. Less than that will not, and it will only cause further delay when the moment for ARPA funding passes. One of the criteria the mayor's team used to create the funding proposal was that no or few other funding streams are available to support the projects. I believe it will take the city a long, long time to recover sufficiently to where we can spend our tax dollars finishing this project. I'm sure you are aware that by supporting the arts generally speaking, we are creating dozens of opportunities for economic development. In spite of not having a physical center, the arts community is organizing and or hosting several events that have positive economic impact on the city. For example, the May 26th Downtown Arts Crawl had attendees buying food and drink in a number of restaurants and pubs as they got a taste of what West Haven artists have to offer. The arts can also be a way to build bridges and a stronger sense of local community, something West Haven needs dearly. The pandemic seems to have created some general unhappiness and even anger among our residents. Not having whatever external outlets the pandemic prevented residents, especially our younger residents, they've been negatively impacted. We need to provide more outlets for fun, quite frankly, and Arts West CT is doing that as well. I'm sorry that you had a meeting to conflict with our event last Tuesday, Make Music Day. It went well, and I appreciate the city's support. Ruth, ends by saying, when my husband and I are looking for something fun and interesting to do, it's unfortunate that we end up in New Haven or Milford for the most part. A concert, play, author talk is always partnered with either going out to eat or getting to go if the arts venue allows. West Haven can easily match the events and dining offerings in those two cities. We'd rather spend our money here when possible. It can be instructive to consider the cities we keep comparing ourselves to and their big art projects. It was $21.5 million for the Schubert Square project, financed by private, federal, state, and city funding. And the mayor at the time said, "I consider it an investment in the future of the city of New Haven," adding that I have no doubt in my mind at all that the Schubert will be a catalyst for development in the downtown New Haven area. I couldn't justify the expenditure unless it's of some benefit to all people in the city, even those who may never attend. He estimated at the time that the entire Schubert Square project would create 650 jobs, generate $500,000 in new tax revenue, and attract 400,000 people yearly. It may also be interesting to note that Milford, the community many look to with longing, admiring its prosperity, invested heavily in its art scene in 1996. So they have 20 years on us of creating an arts hub and going for it, and many other layers of community prosperity and cohesion have ensued. What both of these cities do, and what most cities big enough to be considered a cultural hub typically do, is work with an independent nonprofit who deeply understands the needs of their particular community. New Haven has New Haven Festivals, Inc. Milford has the Milford Arts Council. Arts West CT is here and ready to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Anyone else like to get up and address the council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Charney, 146 Union Ave. I was happy to see the last council meeting. I think it was Corp Council got up here and said the Haven should be demoed shortly. I think he used the word imminently. I would love to know how we define imminently. I want a timeline. The neighbors want to know when those buildings are coming down. Let's have a date. I would also love a meeting. It's great that, and I thank our state delegation for making a meeting between the developer and the city to help broach this subject. However, I would also love a meeting down here in West Haven between the developer and the residents so that way we could gauge where they're going. Also into the Haven, I would love to see if we're making these steps and we're finally, looks like we're making some conversations, where is the money for Third Ave Park? They pledged $50,000 for Third Ave Park when I was sitting on the council. Well, I think it was actually before I was on the council. I actually think Ralph Eberly got the commitment. However, I kept reinforcing it was on here. Where is that money? Because we took $250,000 from my park in Bayview and put it on the Contact Drive, in which I had residents tell me there's no new landscapes over there at all. It just looked like landscaping was done. If we did not build a new park over there, what are we spending money on? Another thing, I want to thank people for filling the potholes. But I went for a run specifically yesterday to go see certain things. On Peck Ave, there's a hole in the middle of the road with a giant question mark. That concerns me. Why is there a question mark in a hole that looks like the city drew? It looks like the same markings that was used for the sidewalks and everything else. And I also want to thank you guys for getting through the COVID money. I think the sidewalks are being replaced from Washington School and the around the edges of the road, because some of those are really hard for kids to get up and down, especially if you're in a stroller. On the corner of Brown and Martin, they're fixing one drain currently. However, there's another drain on the other side of that, other side of Martin. That is a big issue that's causing a lot. In the wintertime, the water backs up on the Martin, which is causing heaving, which is causing massive potholes. And onto the topic of potholes, I was lucky when I was a little kid to see the city of Milford repair a pothole. What they did is they brought in a machine, they squared it out, they cleaned it out, they dried it out, and they put new asphalt down and they rolled it so it was flat. You never knew a pothole was there other than the fact that it was a different color. The way we seem to fill potholes in this town is just throw asphalt into a hole and maybe run a truck over it. And when I went for a run yesterday, the potholes that were filled are kind of lumpy. And when you're trying to run You don't want lumpy ground. That's how you're going to spread an ankle. Our beach is on the East Coast pathway. And if you look like the Farmington River Canal, there's potential there. We could be the bike central of Connecticut, the running central of Connecticut, along our beach. It's tourism money. It's just money for our businesses, but we're not doing it. We're not keeping it up. Pat Libro just posted photos from DC of their waterfront, and it's gorgeous. They get back what they put in, and we're not doing that here. And another thing, into parks, I was reading the minutes from the last Parks and Rec Committee, and two things were concerning. One, the parking lot kiosk. Mr. Payne informs the commission that starting that weekend, last weekend, Memorial Day weekend, the parking lot kiosks were not working for non-residents to pay to park. That's Memorial Day weekend, one of our busiest weekends of the year. We didn't make any money. How much did we lose? I would love one of you to find out how much we made in previous years on Memorial Day weekend. Maybe not last year, because last year was cold. It was rainy. But previous nice years, how much money did we lose? These machines, if you drive around the state, towns use apps now where not only could you pay a machine, you could do a QR code, you could download an app, and you could pay to park from your phone, put your credit card in, pay right there. There would be no excuse not to pay anymore if you're a non-resident down there. Why are we, for some reason, technology in this town loves to be 15 years behind. I don't understand that. We are losing money. And another thing that worried me was Mr. Payne explains how the farmer market is being moved from the Green to Oak Street Beach Lot A. There was supposed to be a food truck set up in Oak A lot. However, the city ordinance in place, the food trucks are not part of the permit as of now. How did we move the farmer's market from here, where you can have food trucks, down to the beach? The food trucks were a big draw. I used to stop at the food trucks here when I was driving through town. There just seems to be a lack of communication in this town up top when they make decisions. Maybe they're just ill-informed, or they just don't ask the right questions. That has to be fixed. And I know it's frustrating from your ends too, because look at tonight. Like, I wish the mayor was on the TV. We live in the future now where you could be on TV via Zoom, and she could see the whole crowd. But she's not up there. She's not here. She's going to read the minutes. I would love her to watch this whole meeting. I would love her to. Last meeting, she left early, I think. I feel it's disrespectful to you guys, because I know the work you guys put in. And Robin, and I know the work you put in. I remember, the gentleman who came up here before to talk. You helped steward through the city that racism was declared a health pandemic or a crisis, and you got a committee going. I haven't really heard anything from that committee in a long time, and that was a good committee. That's a committee to help broach those conversations in this town. That's important. We had this long conversation once about, I did a history search, and I found out that the Green Book, which was a big movie on and everything else, West Haven was mentioned in that for our acceptance. We had establishments down at the beach that were accepting of minorities back in the day when they couldn't go elsewhere. We should have markers down there recognizing that. We have that history. We also have other history, but that's part of a committee like this, is to work through that. These are discussions we should be having. Because it affects a lot of communities. I hate hearing people feel like they feel threatened in this town. Sorry, the phone went off. And when I see in the paper the mayor floating that the city might be repaying money, to me that's a trial balloon. You throw up a trial balloon when you're in government if it's unpalatable, to get people out there, see what the public reception is, get the pulse of the people. That's what that was. It's kind of like when the Supreme Court case was released before, that was kind of a trial balloon to see what the reception was, at least the way I think it was, who it was released by. And last week too, I also heard, or last meeting, the litter money is coming before you guys, and Tom McCarthy, the Commissioner of Public Works, is up here talking about how he wants to hire someone for the Grove. This money should be for litter pickup, or infrastructure to keep litter out of our streams. When I drive around the state a lot, I've seen in Hartford, I think it's Naugatuck, they have this machine. It's this little cart. It looks like an elephant. It has a big hose. It sucks up litter as you drive around. That thing would be fantastic for anywhere in town. Driving around our side roads, everything else, picking up litter. And I think I priced it online. I think it was like $50,000. That's something we need. Like, I pick up litter on my road and on Main Street. I go out there with a bucket and I fill out 2 bags. You'd be surprised how little area I get done in 2 bags of litter, especially with Ye Old, who's open sometimes and not now, but when it was open from the nip bottles and liquor bottles. But if you go down further, I can't go all the way to the green, but if you go down there, it's just a mess. We could have this cart out there in the early morning, and that's what I saw in Hartford, was really early in the morning, just picking up litter along the side of the road. It just makes everything look better. Like, my wife always jokes, like, when I know there's a funeral or a wedding at St. Lawrence, I'm out there picking up litter because I know people are out there taking photos that they will look for the rest of their lives. The last thing I want them to see is litter on the ground in West Haven. It was the parties there. People come from all over. You see license plates everywhere. Last thing I want them to see is litter on the ground. That's not West Haven. We're just not putting money where we should. And it's frustrating. I think I had one more thing. My phone keeps going off. No, and one last thing. Yesterday I had the privilege of going over to Milford. They hosted a rally for the post-Roe being overruled. And I was talking to aldermen over there. I saw the mayor over there. And they're taking a stand. I would love to see the city take a similar stand. This is a choice that affects a lot of us, our kids. Yesterday was Alexander's first protest. Other towns are taking stands. I think West Haven should take a stand on this issue as well. Pass some sort of resolution, something. The world has changed in the last week. And I think sometimes we get so focused on the problems in this town that are our problems, which we should. However, sometimes I think we should step back, like when we stepped back to do you guys did the racism declaration. I think that should be in the same way. Stand up for women's rights. Stand up for choice. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up and address the council for the second time? Anybody else like? Yes, ma'am.
Savannah Pacella, 281 Highland Avenue. Okay, so I want to start with Public Works because a lot of people were complaining about it. I would love if the council would address it in new business tonight because I've overheard that Tom McCarthy has blocked certain council people, and you are all here to serve us. We put our complaints in to you. And we aren't going to know that you guys are fighting for us unless you become vocal about getting, denied or not receiving responses from people. That really infuriated me when I found that out. And I don't think it's right. No one should beg for a seat at the table to anybody in the city. If you sit there, you speak for us, you automatically should have a seat at the table. You shouldn't have to fight for it. So again, I would like for that to be addressed in new business this evening. If any of you have tried to reach out to Tom McCarthy and have gotten no response, or you've had a hard time getting a hold of him, or have had a hard time getting stuff done for us. Pedestrian safety. I know that's going to be brought up tonight. I've mentioned the last time I was here about Allen Crossing and how I see families and I see kids walking in the street. The grass was finally cut. It was up here and now it's maybe about here. So at least it was cut a little bit. Still people walking in the street. It's still a safety issue. If you want to promote walking and reducing reliance on businesses and cars, I suggest putting sidewalks connecting these, neighborhoods, especially from the train station up toward even coming Bull Hill Lane, both areas across, Allen Crossing. There's parks, there's schools, there's shopping. There's no reason why there shouldn't be sidewalks on, in these on these streets. Redistricting. I hope that, I don't know what the agenda is with redistricting. I know that, that I brought it up during when I was on the Charter Revision Commission, because the 8th, 9th, and 10th have so many voters, and even the 6th has a large population, and it would be nice if things were made a little bit easier for residents, because right now it is confusing at different times at different voting schedules. I know in a section of the 8th, they are during state elections, they are going to Seth Haley, and during municipal, they're going to McCrill. And I know it's like that with some other districts too, with the different elections. They have to go to 2 different places, and it becomes really confusing. And I hope that in redistricting that you guys are taking that into consideration, and also the size of each of the districts. It would be nice to have a fair, I'm going to say, a fair playing ground for all of the council people as well, because some have way more people to deal with than others. Okay, there's a bottle sort that happens once a month at the animal shelter. I don't know if any of you, I know 2nd District Council person goes religiously to that. I have gone many times, as other people I've seen like that are here tonight. It's a disgusting job. Disgusting. I don't know if any of you have ever done bottle sort. It smells, it's sticky. We have, our community is so generous, and I know that the shelter brings in a lot of money, but we really should have a service doing it. I know the Vertical Church has been volunteering with that. They pretty much head it in conjunction with the shelter, but they also are in charge of the money that comes in with that. These are hundreds of bags filled with bottles and cans. I want to know how much money is being brought in with this. It is never, I've been waiting to hear if it's ever mentioned in finance, and I still have not heard how much money is being brought in. And in transparency, it would be nice for all of us to know how much exactly is being brought in. If the shelter feels comfortable dealing with Vertical Church, because what I've heard, because I have brought it to the police commissioner's attention as well, the shelter is comfortable with the church. So the Vertical Church handles the bottles, they get the money, they hold on to the money, and the shelter goes to them when they need stuff paid off, like for veterinary care and whatever else. And the shelter's comfortable with that, and that's fine. I'm okay with that too, but I would like to see the dollar amount. I would like to see what it's being spent on. The job is disgusting, so for people that volunteer, I'm sure they would like to know how much money they're, sifting around. So if you guys could look into that, I would appreciate it. UNH and the polls, I think it's a great idea, but I think $1,500 is not a lot of money for advertising on 75 polls. Advertising is very expensive these days. I know tuition is very expensive. I think that UNH can come up with a little bit more money for all that advertising. So I'm good with having it, but I think that they need to pay a little bit more for that. And I have one more thing on the budget. Trash pickup. A lot of people split up recycling. In the next 5, let's see, forecast 2027, we're going to be paying, now this is combined, regular trash and recycling is going to be $2,199,018. Our trash is all going to the same place right now. So if we're gonna be paying separately, so in year 2027, 1,570,000 and change for regular trash and 629,000 in recycling. I hope between now and then we figure it out, because it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to people trying to do the right thing for the environment, and I mean, we're getting overcharged if it's all going to the same place, right? And that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else wanted to come up and address the council? And anybody else would like to come up and address the council for a third and final time?
Good evening, Darrell Cummings, 918, excuse me, 918 10th Street, Northeast, Washington, D.C. First off, I'd like to congratulate all the new members to the council. You came at a really, really tough time. And obviously, those who are returning who've had the pleasure of hearing me address them in the past. You know I like to be brief, but unfortunately that rarely happens. Many of you know that I always speak from a point of fact, never speculation, never gossip. And I want to first start with the new members here to bring them up to date as to what occurred in the last council last year, so they know where they are and why the issues have occurred. On December 28th, 2020, the City Council authorized the receipt and spending with 3 designees for the CARES Act funds. Within 3 days, checks were written to directors, salaried directors, in numbers in excess of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. The mayor has stated that those funds are comp time. Unfortunately, the CARES Act does not allow for comp time. The CARES Act does allow for premium pay, which requires anyone receiving that to designate the hours worked, the duties they performed as an essential worker, and they will receive pay upon that. The numbers that were received in those initial rounds of checks exceeded $10,000. Under the CARES Act, the maximum dollar amount that any one individual can receive is $10,000. During that council, from February of 21 to the present, I've spoken to the vast majority of members of the council in regards to the lack of oversight for those funds. Those are special revenues. This body is the one who is responsible for overseeing revenues. You do that every single year when you approve the budget. You approve expenditures and the revenues via the budget. The City Council failed miserably because at no time did they ask for any kind of oversight. They never asked for the finance director to come before them and report what was happening with those funds. Had that occurred, and I was not the only one that was addressing the council collectively and individually, had anyone listened in February of 2021, there is a possibility that some of those funds that were allegedly stolen could have been mitigated. And there's a very good possibility that the council would not have voted in favor of giving the directors significant amounts of funds which far exceed anything allowable under the CARES Act. No one read it. In September, before the mayor allegedly found the issue, conversations I had with some members of the council, some hadn't read it. Some had 2 jobs and didn't find the time. Someone didn't read it because he was still concerned about the budget process and still couldn't figure it out. One person, and I explained it in the simplest terms possible, couldn't comprehend it. And the response was, I'm just being a pain in the ass. Someone else said, I'm just being a troublemaker. Well, everything that I and other members of the community said about that oversight, unfortunately, was true. And you read about it in the audit. And everyone was pretty upset about that. I also asked members of this council to have those individuals, those directors, to forfeit those funds, to put them into escrow. And if it was actually determined that they could receive a portion of it or all of it, then it would be returned to them. And what happened? No one acted. Everyone refused. That's why, in part, we're in the situation we are now. Same thing with the basketball camp. Same thing with the food delivery. Basketball camp, I have no issue with that. But the wrong funds were used. Those funds could have come out of ESSER funds. That's what they were meant for. But unfortunately, that didn't go out to bid. That grant wasn't available to other organizations. That was directed to one company because of a relationship between somebody on the council and that organization. The food delivery, I have no problem with that. Volunteering to deliver food is fine. But the city paying funds for an organization that's delivering food that is not a city program is a problem. And if anyone read the CARES Act or the Federal Register in relation to the CARES Act, would realize volunteers cannot be paid. I was in Atlanta at the time. I flew up here and did, along with about 15 other people, some of who are here, a food drive. We raised nearly $1,800 for those residents that were waiters and waitresses and bartenders who couldn't work anymore. Should I have come to the city and invoiced the city to pay the volunteers? That's a problem. Those funds are going to have to come back. Last year, you had in the budget, which ends in a couple days, $500,000 in a contingency fund. The money that is not allowable will exceed that. I don't agree that the nearly $900,000, all of that, will not be eligible. I believe some of the medical issues will be addressed, and it'll drop that number. But through that, I see about $600,000. The contingency fund was only $500,000. So that's $100,000 that's going to have to be taken from somewhere else. And you're doing it again now. Remember, the mayor said to everyone here when they asked, she said everything was fine. On September 9th, she told a MARB meeting that everything that was spent was above board. She said the books were open. Anyone can look at them. Meanwhile, there were half a dozen FOI requests that were not answered. Yet she was telling MARB everything was above board and that they could look at the books. It was a lie. It was a lie then. It's still a lie now. Excuse me. So the council is going to actually do an investigation. And there are two new members, appropriately, that are the liaisons to that investigation. And a couple of meetings ago, Corporation Counsel had stated that the liaisons will not have direct contact with the attorney that is doing the investigation, that they, in fact, will have to go through him, Mr. Tiernan, Corporation Counsel, to have their questions addressed. Mr. Tiernan is named in that audit. He should be nowhere near this investigation. He should be recusing himself. You have Assistant Corporation Counsel do that, that's fine. And also in regards to the money, if anyone read the CARES Act, the time that was dedicated as an essential worker that they could receive possible funds does not include any time that work is done remotely, whether at home, whether at their private office, or in a secure facility, which City Hall was a secure facility, because members of the public were not allowed here. So anyone who during that period received checks and did all their work in this building, at their home, or in another office, none of that money, none of those hours are eligible to receive that premium pay. But remember, we didn't give out premium pay. It was comp time. Comp time comes out of the budget. It does not come out of CARES Act funds. So, leads us to where we're at now. And now it brings everyone together, those from last year and the newer members. There's an issue with the police raises, not the fact that they're getting them. Although people say, because I was worried about the funding, that I don't like the police. And that's farthest from the truth. That does bring them up to par in this general area. And if you say that I'm concerned about the funding, so then therefore I don't like the police, well, I think you can say the same about the mayor in regards to her closing down the senior daycare. Does that mean she doesn't like the seniors? The fact that there's no senior center after the one closed in Allentown, does that mean she doesn't like the seniors? It is a game that is played to try to spin to avoid the topic. So $1.2 million is the total number for the raises for the police. The attorney at the MARB meeting, and I don't know how much he's getting paid, stated when MARB members had concerns about the allowable funding, said he referred to a White House statement and cited Indianapolis, that the city of Indianapolis was giving out the money. So then therefore, West Haven can. The only problem is the city of Indianapolis gave 1 to 3% to public service individuals, whether it be EMS, fire, police, even the dispatchers. But it was premium pay. That's apples and oranges. You didn't approve premium pay for the officers. You didn't approve, as she's now stating, an incentive, a retention incentive. Giving everyone across the board $10,000 is not an incentive program. But since that will be disallowed by the Treasury, the $1.2 million, you still have some money left over to actually create a retention incentive for the officers that are going to leave. And when I say that you will be giving back that $1.2 million, the problem with that is there may be a doubling effect of that $1.2 million. It may actually cost the city $2.4 million this year. And the reason is you can't use ARPA funds for that. And I've said that from the moment the mayor stated she was going to do it. You can't use it. And the Treasury will be telling the city that it can't be used. So what'll happen is you will have to find and you will have to report to the Treasury the source of funds that you're using to cover that which is ineligible. So right now you have a $600,000 contingency fund for next year. I would suggest all of you look carefully through the budget to be able to find that other $600,000. So that's what $1.2 million will have to be refunded into the ARPA money, and the possibility exists that the Treasury will claw back $1.2 million above and beyond the $1.2 million that you have to cover from somewhere else. That would leave a possibility of, just on that program alone, $2.4 million that the city is going to have to come up with, which will cause a supplemental tax increase. It'll increase the mill rate over the next couple of years. I don't say that it's not eligible because it's a guess. I've read that document, the final rule, 8 or 9 times. And I understand it's a long document. It's about 430 pages, and it's extremely dry. But if you look through that, you will see one important phrase. ARPA funds cannot be used for public sector employee raises. So when people say, there's nothing in the final rule that says police officers can't receive raises. No, it doesn't specifically say that. But it does specifically say that public service or public sector employees cannot receive raises through ARPA. So you want to doubt it, you want to wait until the next time that the mayor refutes all of this, that's fine. Seriously, would suggest you start looking for an additional $600,000 because there's only $600,000 in the contingency fund. The Arts Center. I'm not going to go into too much detail on that because Eleanor did cover a lot of things with the MOUs. But you also have to look back to the 2007 grant that we received from the state for the purchase of that building. The purpose of that building was for an arts center. Now, I have no problem with it being a community center, but you have to research that grant and that bill that was passed by the legislature to ensure that changing it into a community center doesn't violate the terms of the grant, because there is always the possibility, if you use it for the wrong purpose, that you might have to refund the state the $650,000. So I would seriously look into that. And there was an RFP that was put out for plans from an architect for the design of that building. Well, in 2016, the Office of Architect Spazienza, I believe is his name, which is above Bank of America, actually provided plans to the city. They provided 2 different sets of plans. And I would suggest in new business that someone here ask for him to come and show you those plans. Now we're spending twice the amount. He was paid, I think it was about $20,000 for it, but now you want to spend more. It's not like the administration wasn't aware of that. I understand that the vast majority of you may not be aware of that. That's why you need to do your research. And I would suggest bringing him in here on a meeting so he can show you the plans that were done in 2016. So there have been a lot of plans for the expenditure of ARPA. And if I'm boring anyone, I'm sorry. The attorney for ARPA stated during one meeting that part of the process after you approve it is to then determine whether or not ARPA funds can be used for it. Why aren't you vetting those issues or those programs beforehand? When the city reports to the Treasury quarterly, they have to show where the funds went based on a particular category and then subcategory. Any of these plans should be brought to you already vetted and being told what category and what subcategory that these programs apply. So you're approving expenditures of funds having no idea if those funds can actually be expended on the programs that have been proposed. It's a bit ridiculous. Look at the other towns. They're doing it correctly. Come up with an idea, see if it works under ARPA, and then propose those plans to the respective councils or alders. Why we're doing it backwards, why we're wasting time, I just cannot comprehend. And the attorney also said at one point in time, in regards to the Arts Center, when the question was whether they should have a public meeting on it, that it shouldn't be the ARPA committee that does it. It should be the council, because they don't want the appearance, the committee being the ones who were coming up with the programs. And that makes sense. But previously in that meeting, Mr. Carney said, well, we're going to change the the Arts Center to an Arts Center / Community Center / Public Space. Did you get a communication about altering the plan for the Arts Center? And the most recent meeting that you had, there was one, I believe it was number 20, that you decided to not approve. But then Mr. Carney proposed a band shell for $200,000. It's a good idea. It would save the city some money. But I thought the ARPA committee was there to work on the programs that you had approved and not be part of the process of planning. So again, it's something I don't understand. Why wasn't the mayor proposing the ban shell? Why is the committee, who's there to work after you approve it, now asking you guys, sorry, I sound like froze alone. Yeah, he's gone. Why you are hearing it from the committee as opposed to have it being proposed first? And is it applicable under ARPA? Just like the Arts Center. You might want to read the final rule in regards to the Arts Center. You might find some interesting things there. And you might find that the $3.5 million is not going to be able to be used. There were some questions about the Havens. And again, I speak from a point of complete knowledge and fact. The Havens is no longer. They've already abandoned the project. They're going to be filing for permits for demolition, and then they are putting it out to market. That's where it stands. If you've heard anything different from the administration, they're not being honest with you. And, as someone previously said, putting that money from the Havens out in the 5-year plan, when they know it's not going to occur, is problematic. And that 5-year plan has to be revised. So, overall, what this council needs to do is their homework. They need to research. They need to be skeptical of everything they hear, including what I say. Question what I say. If you have some concerns about what I say, there's a 434-page document that you can refer to, and you will see everything that I say. If you have any questions, has anyone called the Treasury? Has anyone called CCM? Has anyone called the National League of Cities? All of them provide outlets for many of the questions that you've had. I don't understand why no one has done that. I don't understand why all of you haven't read the final rule. It is an extremely long document, but it's worthwhile. It answers many of the questions that you and the residents have. The residents can't afford any more financial mistakes from the city. Right now, again, the $500,000 in the budget that we're currently in for the next couple of days, that contingency fund is going to be eaten up, and more, because of the problems of the CARES Act. Right now, you're looking at $1.2 million for this upcoming budget, and that's just the minimum. If you go through with the Arts Center without actually having that vetted and asking anyone from the Treasury or any of those organizations that assist, it's going to be a problem. There's dashboards that the Treasury has about what the cities have spent their funds on. When it comes to the police, spent a lot of body cams, spent a lot of mental health assistance, there's been a lot with cameras. You're not going to find one city that has given a raise to the police officers. I mean, I know West Haven likes to stand out. This is the wrong way to stand out. And the problem is, because of what occurred, and not just with the allegedly stolen funds, but because of that audit, the Treasury is keeping an eye on this city. And right now, the Treasury is doing an investigation. The Justice Department is doing an investigation. And also, there's very possible that they're doing it in coordination with the Special Inspector General for Pandemic Recovery. Those three are a problem. And the investigation that the City Council is going to do is going to be left by the wayside, because theirs is going to supersede anything that the council is going to do. It may be even moot for the council to go through that investigation, because thankfully federal authorities will be doing that for you. And there are problems with the CARES Act. So I know you would prefer me not addressing the council. I know you would prefer that I not be vocal on social media about this. And you can thank Avella for making it very convenient for me to be up here. Instead of 5 hours, it's 50 minutes in the air. But I'll gladly stop as soon as everyone in this room, everyone in front of me, starts doing what they were obligated to do. You need to be, your jobs here are to represent the constituents. You're not here to support the mayor. You're here to support the individuals, the residents. And when the mayor spent $30, $40, $60,000 on employees who never missed a paycheck, why at that time, and why in the ARPA plans, has no one decided to give daycare centers that had to shut down during COVID any funds? Why are they not giving the mothers, the parents who couldn't work full time because of the daycare centers closing down? Why isn't there any money going to businesses, restaurants who had to shut down? Very few of them were able to stay open for delivery or pickup. Why isn't there any money for them, the ones that didn't receive PPP? Why isn't there any money for the waiters, waitresses, bartenders that lost their jobs for a year and a half? And if anyone had been a bartender or waitress or waiter before, you'll know, I bartended my way through college. You'll know that the minimum wage for them is a lot lower than the normal minimum wage. So imagine what they were getting in unemployment at a greatly reduced number. Why isn't there any money for them? Why isn't there any money for the individuals who lost their jobs and now owe thousands of dollars for their utilities? This money was meant for people and organizations that were disproportionately affected by the pandemic. Well, the Arts Center was not affected in any way. I would love to see that Arts Center go up. Should be done with private investment. But where's the money for the people that really need it? And that's your obligation to the residents, to the businesses in your respective districts that were disproportionately affected by the shutdowns. And in the CARES Act, the guidance from the Treasury, as we're giving people that are making $90,000, $100,000, $110,000, the guidance from the Treasury is that that money should be going to the lowest wage earners first. I certainly don't think somebody making $90,000 is a low wage earner. I don't think a band in a parade assisted the residents in any way. So I think you should look carefully at all of these proposals and put yourself in the position of those individuals who lost their jobs, who couldn't work, who got minimal amounts of unemployment. Where's the money for the people that gave you your prescriptions? Where's the money for the individuals at the grocery stores that didn't receive PPP? Every time you went there to find out there was no toilet paper. Where's the money for them? They were essential workers. You take that $30,000. It's 30 of them that you can give $1,000 to. 60 that you can give $500 to. And if you read the CARES Act, you'll read that one of the subsequent effects that they were going for was to put the money in the lowest wage earners and also spur the local economy. If you give someone $10,000, they're not going to be spending it. They're going to be putting it away. But you give the residents affected by it $500, they're going to spend it in the local area. And that was part of the purpose of this act. And I wish any of you realized that. I wish any of you actually read it. I do know some people read the CARES Act, so I'm not going to actually say everyone. But I wish everyone would read the final rule. And if it's not there, look in the Federal Register. You'll actually find the information that you need. But again, you want me to stop talking? You want me to stop commenting on facts? Start doing the right thing. This is for the residents. It's time to start giving the residents that were actually seriously affected by this some funds. Thank you.
Now, anybody else like to come up and address the council? Anybody else like to come up and address the council? Third and final time, anybody else comes address the council? Public session's over. Clerk, you gonna read the headings?
Oh, yeah. You wanna call the regular meeting to order first? Call the regular meeting to order.
Oh. Meeting's back in session. Ready? Go ahead.
Oh, we're gonna do the approval of the minutes.
We're gonna approve the minutes of the past meetings.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of May 31, 2020.
No, nuh-uh.
We're holding that.
We have to hold that.
We're holding May 31st. May 31st, we're holding. June 9th, we're holding. And June 13th, we're holding. The rest we're passing.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of June 9th, 2022.
June 7th.
June 7th. What time is it?
And June
And June
21st.
21st.
June 7th, well, should we probably do
And
separate?
June
We have to do them
21st.
separate.
Separate.
Please. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion?
I have to abstain. I was absent.
You abstain?
Yes, I was absent.
Just for the
No, he's-
Seven.
The
Seven.
For the
7th.
7th.
We're gonna make a motion.
Make a
June
motion for the
21st.
21st?
Oh, so,
All in favor? I'm so confused.
I have discussion on the 21st, right?
so, do we all in favor for the rest of, June 7th, please?
All in favor?
Everybody in favor,
Aye.
with the exception of Councilwoman Garthwaite abstaining.
Yes.
Councilman Johnstone, you weren't here that meeting. You're on the absent list, and as is Mitch. So you want to abstain?
We're on the 7th.
We're tired.
If you were here, the minutes need to be updated then.
That is correct.
So,
My apologies, I abstained from that as well.
So we have Councilman Galignano and Johnstone and Councilwoman Garthwaite abstaining. Gotcha. All those in favor?
Aye.
Majority, yes. Motion passes by majority. The approval for June 21st.
So moved.
Any questions?
Do you have a second?
No, not yet.
Second.
Discussion? I know the pages aren't numbered, but like 4 pages in, it says Communication 820 First Responder Relief Fund, $2 million. That should read $200,000.
Any other discussion?
Can I just, in the interest of like the trees in our city, can we please print these out back to back? I've mentioned it before, it might seem like it's not a big deal, it is to me, and so we have resources in the city. 'Cause
I like
this-
that idea.
Thank you. It's just, all of it. It's a lot of printed paper. That's all I got, thank you,
So,
Chairman.
as amended?
The amendment was changing, it reads Communication 820 First Responder Relief Fund, $2 million. It's $200,000. It has to be changed from 2 million to 200,000.
But none of this.
Any more discussion? All in favor with the change?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I wasn't here.
Motion passes by majority. Now you can read the communications.
Okay, we have before us Communication A from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of June 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes. Communication B from Robin Watt Hamilton, Chairwoman of the Redistricting Committee, regarding approval of the local redistricting map mandated by the 10-year census, which will be, we'll be scheduling a public hearing. Being assigned to the Redistricting Committee, Chairwoman Hamilton. And Communication C from Patricia Horvath, City Clerk, regarding request for interdepartmental transfer of funds being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. And that concludes the communications for this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stacy. Take communication B.
No, we're gonna go to the Finance Committee now. No, we have to go to the finance committee.
I'm sorry, we're going to the finance committee.
The time is now 8:12, and your committee on,
I wish it was 8:12.
what time is it?
10:14.
Maybe somewhere.
The time is now 10:12, 10:13, and your committee on finance is in session. Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman Akbarali, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilman Quagliani, and myself acting as chair. Did I do that right? Oh, great. We have before us Communication C from Patricia Horvath, our city clerk, regarding a request for interdepartmental transfer of funds. I'd like to bring this out favorably, if I could have a motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Akbarali, and seconded by Councilwoman Hamilton. Is there any discussion? I can open it up to the entire council, just so that we can get through it all. Councilman Bruno, did you have questions that you wanted to ask, I believe?
Yeah, I do, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Spryer, our Director of Procurement, is here to answer any questions for us, as is the incomparable Lee Tiernan.
Rick, thanks for waiting it out. Appreciate it. A couple questions I have. You know, you look at these invoices and you look at the dates on them. And it's going back months. And my question is, number one, why? And number two, like, can we reconcile our bills like monthly and pay them, you know, in an orderly fashion? We had our finance director stand up here and tell us a few meetings ago that we can pay any bill we need to pay. So I see the transfer and I look at the dates on these invoices and it's just going back and it's concerning.
Yeah, so the problem isn't a liquidity problem with paying the bill. It's a problem with the vendor sending us invoices in a timely manner. The services were rendered, the services were accepted by the city. We need to pay for those services. It is a matter of that we are working diligently with to get our vendors to submit payment invoices in a timely manner, but
So these invoices that are in front of us are not from the same vendor though?
no.
No, right,
But I mean,
so they're all having problems billing us?
Not all, but we have a significant amount of vendors that hold invoices and submit them. And this is a common occurrence, people submitting invoices right before the end of fiscal year because they know that they have to get paid, so.
Okay, thank you, Rick, 'cause some of these invoices are very old. Thank you, Madam Chair, I'm good right now.
So how do we know that that's the case? Not that we don't, but so we're looking at this, and how would we know we just got this? And not that it was stuck in a drawer somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know exactly
We
which
don't
ones
know.
you're looking at, so I can't speak exactly to,
Okay, so it's
the
not like
timeliness.
stamped.
Some are
Right,
stamped.
some were stamped. Would that be when we received it?
Yes, received time.
I know that, but it says August 30th, 2021.
It's very, very old, I mean, very old.
So, we appreciate that, we probably, you weren't even here on August 30th of 2021. So if you could just bring back our concern that I would think when it got stamped is meaning
Absolutely.
when
And
we
if there's
received
there's
it.
also an issue with department heads submitting invoices for payment, and that's definitely
is.
that's definitely a concern that we're addressing as well. It
No, I
runs both ways,
understand that.
so.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you. Any other questions? Perfect. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We have Communication A before us, and we have the tax manager here. Rachel, thank you so much for being here with us. We greatly appreciate it. I'd like to bring this motion out favorably for discussion.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Akbarali, and thank you to second Councilwoman O'Connor. Do we have, Rachel, is there anything that you, is it okay that we call you Rachel, or is there something?
No,
Okay.
Rachel's fine.
Does anyone have any questions for Rachel? Yes?
Could you just explain the process of when the tax becomes uncollectible? Is it by statute? Is it by something else?
So
And then
these
when
are
you
not-
move it?
sorry, these are not uncollectible taxes. They are collectible. They were not collectible up to this point, so it takes it off of the list of current assets and moves it to the more longer-term assets. We still do collect on them. They are collectible for 15 years under statute.
So why would we move it from,
Our current assets?
yeah,
Because after 3 years, it would be like saying, this person owes me money, but they haven't paid me in 3 years, but it's still my money. And realistically, you don't know if you're gonna get it or not. So it's the way the statute is written, it's to give a better financial position of the town, the view of the better financial
and it's
position.
3 years?
We go back 3 years. Some places go back 2. It depends on where you're at and the way that they do it. For us, 3 years makes sense. Registrations were 2 years. Most of these are vehicles. If they haven't registered by year 3, chances are they may be moved out of state or they're leasing a car and not registering, so they don't have to pay it yet. So it's gonna be a longer term for us to get it. They are all out to collection and we are still collecting on all of them.
Thank you.
Is that all, Councilman?
That's it.
Any other questions from the finance? I can open up so that you don't have to be here any longer than.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it too. Any additional questions? I can open it up to the entire council for, our tax manager, Councilman.
So were we talking about, this is not also involving communication I about the tax lien?
No,
This is-
we
not
haven't
there yet,
gotten
right?
there.
Same person, but not there yet. Okay, I have nothing yet. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Can we jump to communication I since she's here? So we're gonna jump to communication I since Rachel is here.
Victor can't abstain because he's not on the committee.
Who can't abstain?
Victor can't abstain yet because he's
You're not on the committee. Yeah, this is just when we vote, it's for the finance committee. So we're gonna just go to communication I, which is, June 13, 2020, regard to the tax lien assignment list. Were you aware that we got an email from the lowest
Yes.
bidder?
From the highest bidder?
Yeah.
Yes. The highest bidder sent an email. They also sent me a certified letter. However,
Ooh, I love howevers.
I picked the second highest because they don't charge a fee. They don't say after a year. I double checked. It's in their bid itself says they don't charge a fee. We know that the highest bidder charges that 15% fee. In their letter / email, they said that they would wait a year before charging it. But in my opinion, them charging that 15% fee is what causes people to not be able to catch up. The company that we chose to win the bid only gets the 1.5% per month of interest that's automatically that they would pay us if they were paying us, but we get it up front with the premium.
And I appreciate that. So, I would love for you to explain that kind of from the beginning, because you kind of told us in the middle, because we knew what you were talking about, but I'm not sure that the residents who might be watching at home will realize why we're doing what we're doing. So if you could just maybe give a dollar figure, if you can kind of say, like, what would the average Joe pay?
So,
or Joanne, off
So,
of,
with the, I'm gonna go with the lowest one here, because the lowest is the one installment of SOAR. It's down, it was at $156.17 this month with interest and everything. With the July interest added in, it's gonna be $260.01. And that's what they're gonna pay to us or to the lien holder, if we choose FIG. If we choose the other company, it's gonna be $299.91, and if we don't sell the liens and I have to go out to collection with them, it would be $305.91, because it gets a 15% collection fee plus a statutory fee for us.
so this really, just because I just want us to spell it out, this really is going to benefit the residents by
Absolutely.
not, right, and it's not that the city is losing any money, it's actually the business that isn't going to make the money.
Well,
Or would
they'll
we-
make it, but we won't
Well-
lose it. We'll get it up front. What happens is
But
they're
we won't
able,
get more from that other company, I guess I'm saying. Like their fee they're charging, they're not giving us a percentage of that. It's not.
they're not, well, the fee that the RTL, that the highest bidder charges, they pass that on to the taxpayer.
Right, but the city won't benefit from
We
that.
don't benefit from it.
Like
no.
that's what I'm saying. I don't want people to think, oh well, we know if we get 10% of that fee. No.
No.
We don't get any
No,
of that.
the
So
one
I
that-
just want to make sure we're being transparent that the city's getting only what the city's going to get.
Yes, the
Okay.
the one that I'm recommending is willing to pay 10% over, but they are not collecting that from the taxpayers. What they do is that they offer payment plans, and so they get their money a little bit over time as they collect on the bills. Statutorily, the tax collector's office cannot offer payment plans, whereas this company can. So for people who can't pay the bills all up front, they are still only paying that 1.5% per month on whatever their outstanding balance is.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. My eyes are just so itchy tonight. Does anyone else have any questions, Councilwoman?
Overnight with us. I had concerns, and I think that you heard some of my concerns, and I know that you reached out to me.
Yes.
But I wanted to address them in front of my
No, that's
other
fine.
members. So my concern was there was just so many of that 429 or whatever it
The
was.
SOAR use.
And yeah, why is that?
It could be because they don't see a benefit to paying it. If they don't pay it, we can't shut their SOAR off. We don't close their SOAR line, so they still have use of the utility. We do send out notices on the SOAR if it's a full year bill that's outstanding. We've already sent out 3 notices on it. They get the intent to lien notice. They have the demand notice tells them you have to pay this or this is going to happen. Because it is worked into our budget already. It says it in our main budget that we are going to do this.
Right.
So-
So they get 3 notices.
They get 3 notices. I do plan on going forward, asking Mike Walsh to put it on the news. I know that since the last meeting, it's been all over Facebook and it was in the paper. So, and on top of that, we do put our legal notices in the paper 3 times also, on top of the notices that get mailed out. But, so I know it has been all over the place since the last meeting, so I didn't have them put it in the news, in the, email that goes out to the city, But I think that having that extra as the time goes on, saying, oh, don't forget you have to pay. I had an additional button put on the website,
I
so
was gonna ask you that.
I did have a button put on the website that says pay your SOAR. We can't make it any easier for them to pay the SOAR, like look it up by name, we can't do that, but people can always call in and we're happy to walk them through it. SOAR is not public record, therefore we can't list it by name because it's considered a utility.
Do you find too that maybe like banks are just not paying also, like it's an escrow? Is that an issue at all?
No, because they'll call us and they'll say, is there any outstanding things? If there's a lien, whether it's SOAR or real estate, banks pay it because,
For their own interest?
yeah, it's for their own interest because
right.
we're the first lien holder. So I don't think it's so much that. I think it's people, maybe they forget, maybe they're like, oh, I don't have to pay this. What are they going to do? Shut off my SOAR line? It can wait. There's other stuff. And instead of thinking, oh, I can make partial payments of $50 on this at a time and it will pay off, they just let it go.
Can people pay partial?
People can make partial payments on any taxes at any
Good.
time. Motor vehicle, anything. We take it all.
That's good to know.
We don't turn money away unless the bill's paid in full.
So have these liens been paid already? Cause I'm hearing buzzing that the company already has, the
No.
contract is signed.
No.
Its liens are already on properties. I'm hearing
There
all
are
kinds of
there
stuff.
are sold liens, but those are only the ones that already had bills with the prior year. When we sell the liens, that company gets right of first refusal. So those ones, they automatically, if they still owed 19 grand list to them, they automatically got 20 because we can't sell them to 2 different companies. So it automatically rolls over, and so they'll collect both years. There's no way, like, we wouldn't keep it, and we can't collect on it until they pay off the prior year. So they did get 20 of some of the 20 grand list, if they had 19 or 18 and 19 already, they did get the 20 list. So some of them have sold, but the ones that are up for sale this year have not.
So there's another list somewhere of people that are with prior companies.
There are last year's list. If
Last
you look
year's.
at last year's list, there are people who have paid off and have paid us, and then there are people who paid them off and didn't pay us this year, and they went on this new list. So, or they paid off and, you know.
So how does, and I don't have the list in front of me, forgive me, but like I saw something that was like somebody owed like $26,000 and then another person owed $429. Like how
We
does
don't
that
single
happen?
out.
No, but how does the person that just owes the 400, they made it on the list, and the person with the 26 or
Because
whatever?
the statute doesn't differentiate. The statute says we have to levy every property. Actually, the statute, I took it because I was surprised. I didn't realize it says that we have to levy and sell off the property. Where's my,
Yeah, is it like just a 1 year? That was a 1 year that homeowner or that tax just
oh yeah,
didn't get paid.
yeah, those are each
It's not
line-
accumulated.
No, each line is one bill. We
Okay.
always sell it for the year, and we sell our whole list.
Okay.
So anyone that owes, everyone across the board goes, unless they're up for foreclosure or
And can you tell me, what is our threshold?
$250. It's one SOAR payment, because SOAR is self-funded, and if we don't meet our budget, the city can't make up for it. It has to, WPCA has to fund itself with the utility fees. So we have to do the whole, like, one whole bill, because that's, like, as you said, it's a lot of them, of the half of bills. So,
I feel, I mean, if people are just not paying because they think that they can get away with it, that's that's
I
that's a
really-
different issue than somebody just not realizing or didn't tab over
Well,
to see it behind.
we did mail them out, we mailed notices out in March, and a lot of people came in and paid them. You know, when we mailed our intent to liens, they did come in and pay them. So, and people call in all the time and they'll say, how do I pay my SOAR bill on the website? It's not, or I have a notice here, but my SOAR bill is not, or that notice isn't showing up on the website, and we'll have to walk them through it. You know, now it's a little easier because I put the link up, but, because they didn't see at the top of the screen where it says SOAR,
Right,
you know?
right.
Because it
But
does
I see
look like
now
it's,
it says
yes.
sewer, it says
Pay
taxes
SOAR, pay your
and
SOAR.
sewer.
No, it's two different lines.
It's
Pay
two
your
different
taxes
lines?
is on top, and right underneath it is pay your SOAR use.
Hopefully that makes a difference.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. All right, I thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Any other questions? Is that, no? Okay. Councilman?
Thank you, Rachel. So I do have a couple questions, although Councilwoman Robin Wall was able to help me along with them, but, so you're saying now there's another button, so it's sort of simplified for the people to find the sewer tax bill on
Yes.
426?
Yes.
Okay,
And I put it up right after the day after that meeting.
okay, so you say you send out 3 notices, how do you do that?
We send it out after each bill goes delinquent. We send out the bill.
Yep,
That's the first notice. And then we send out a delinquent notice after that first installment goes delinquent. And then we send out another delinquent notice in March after the second installment goes delinquent. Usually in the end of February, beginning of March, because that's when all the mail's processed and everyone's caught up.
okay, so for the public that's listening right now, if they got a bill that's on here, they can call in and pay it by credit card, or they could, how do
They
they?
can't call into us, but they can call, there is a number listed on the website for the, credit card vendor. They can call in there to pay it, they can pay it on the website, they could come into the office to pay it with their card, or cash, or check.
So they can
mail
come
in
to the
check.
office and pay it?
Absolutely.
So these liens here
Not
are
until
not-
these sell, when they sell, once you guys approve it, they go out, they sell, and then they would have to pay the company that buys them, they'd have to contact, if you guys approve FIG, they'd have to contact FIG.
Okay, so these liens here have not yet been sold.
Not until you guys approve it.
Okay, so let's say
the
we
sale doesn't
approve
go
it
through.
tonight, when, how,
Tomorrow.
so tomorrow goes out, the people
It will-
can't
it
come in
will get
tomorrow and pay the
locked.
bill?
It will get locked tomorrow, and as soon as we get the wire, no one can pay them here. They have to pay the company.
So they don't have like a window of 7 days, let's say, to come in once we sell these liens, let's say we approve it tonight.
No,
So tomorrow then it's done.
yes. As soon as you guys
What do you
approve
need,
it,
another year?
we have to lock them and get the money in for our budget.
Okay.
If they've had the last couple, since we sent the intent to lien in March.
Can I just ask a question, real quickly? So I understand, so we send out the same type of communication and so we don't do like certified mail or anything like that when, do you see her eyes? She's like, you know how much
Do you
that
know?
costs?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Do
no.
you see how my
I'm literally wanting. I sometimes just ask questions just to make sure the public might think, well, why don't they do certified mail? It costs a lot of money. It's like
Yes.
what, $2, $2.50, maybe more.
Five.
Five.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
Right.
it's
So,
$5.
and then how many liens are on there?
There's 460 on the account on the report as of today.
Right. So yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be extremely costly.
And
for
I
the
really
city.
do appreciate you taking that feedback from the last meeting and actually hearing what we were trying to say and not becoming defensive and just saying, you know what, that's a really good idea. I should think about sticking up a little, because we hear that all the time, like people didn't know about the sewer. So I so appreciate you getting that, listening, and especially I know Councilwoman Hamilton was just like, they don't see the sewer bill, and my goes through my mortgage, so I don't even know. So I appreciate you taking that feedback and taking action. It's appreciated a lot. Anyone else? Oh, Councilman.
Thank you. Rachel, thank you. So, I mean, I think it was said, but I want to reiterate it. So, the idea of not taking the highest bidder, if you will, is due to the fact that the highest bidder charges more fees to the residents than the bidder that you're recommending.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
It's just so, I appreciate you so much. I thought it's just fantastic. Oh, well, you're not
That's
done.
all
I'm
right.
sorry.
No worries.
I
No
was
worries.
moved by that.
I'm
Because
all
some
set.
people
Thank
wouldn't
you.
care.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm all set.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor?
We don't have technically, we don't have a motion on the floor yet. We
Oh, I
just
saw
went
Aqua
right into.
Barley and
That was
Colleen.
the, tax suspense list. And then we jumped to I, just for the sake
Oh.
of letting her go.
Can I have a motion to bring
Motion.
this? Thank you,
Okay.
Councilman O'Connor. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Akbarelli. All those in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Any abstention? You're not voting.
We're still in committee.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful night.
We're gonna try. I'd like to bring out, yes, we're gonna bring out Communication B, from Diane Weaver Dunn, the Connecticut Radio Information System regarding audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman. Can I have a second? Is there, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So then we have Communication C from the June 13th, 2022 agenda for the CDA Mark Basakia regarding CDA Program Year 48 Community Development Block Grant Budget. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton, and seconded by Councilwoman O'Connor. Is there any discussion?
No discussion.
Mark,
What?
Do
No.
you wanna talk to-
No,
oh.
no.
you want me to separate it right now?
Yeah, can
Is
I,
that what you were
that's
saying?
all right, I'll do it. I'd like if we could to amend the motion to have, what is this, Communication C, A, for everything included except the West Haven Community House, and then Communication C2 for just the West Haven Community House, and just for transparency, I'm on the board of directors for the West Haven Community House, so I'd like to be able to vote for all the other terrific programs, and I'll abstain from the vote for the West Haven Community House. So I asked if we could have that amendment.
Motion. Yes, second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
You're gonna really vote on your own.
So we're calling it C, we're calling it C and then
C2.
C2, or
No,
CA?
C1, C2?
C1 and C2?
C1 is Perno.
Oh, I'll get over it. C1 would be everything but the community house, C2 would be the community house.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
have to abstain
On C1?
All of it?
on all of it, cause I'm on the Citizens
She
Advisory.
can't vote on this.
Okay, so, but we're voting on what?
But she can't, she's abstaining from the C.
But I mean, are we voting, we're voting on C1 right now, right?
We're voting on the amendment.
Okay. All right.
To separate them?
Yep. I got it.
Okay, any discussion? Do we have any questions we'd like to? I can open up to the entire council. Chairman?
Yeah, I got something to say. It's very nice that everybody came here tonight and spoke their piece and everything. And I understand where they're coming from, but also you gotta understand one thing. I never, in all the years that I've been involved in my other job and this job, that we never refused anybody asking for CDA money. We always took care of the people of West Haven. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but they had questions, and they maybe didn't understand, some of the council people. A little transparency, maybe a little help in explaining how you go about your procedures, which I knew, but it's better coming from the department than from me that knows about it, better from the department. If that came out, that understanding would have been much better, and I don't remember ever, in all my time, that we ever refused anybody asking for CDA money. Other council people, in the years that I came to council meetings, I never seen anybody refuse. I appreciated everybody coming here, and they were all great organizations. And personally, I think it was an embarrassment to the council that we would not, I got the impression that we were gonna refuse the money, and I don't think that ever came across in the last meeting. What I've heard and what I've seen. They had questions. If it was explained to the council people much better and be more transparent, I think it would have been, things would have been better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I just wanna say that I was touched by the people that came, and I know that me and you, Councilman Hosky, have been to one of the meetings, and I think tonight was more extensive than it really explained I'm sure some of your members learned more too, and saw the actual people that it affect. I agree with Chairman Massaro. Never once did anybody ever said that money was in jeopardy for any of those, for those organizations. I find that they're worthy organizations myself. What I do stand by is, I would still like to see other organizations benefit from some of the funds there. A lot of the organizations said, no, it's our job to seek you out, seek the organizations out. I think that we're a friendly West Haven. I would still like to see CDA reach out and other medias to try to get other organizations on board. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any comment? So I do wanna make a quick comment. I too, I kinda got the feeling from the organizations that they felt that we somehow were gonna put them in jeopardy of their funding. And I just find, I don't know what was said that would make them think that we at any point felt that they were not worthy. I believe that we, as Councilwoman Hamilton said, are a friendly city. We were just trying to push us to do more, be out there, and be more inclusive. So yes, there's a lot of nonprofits that go out there and seek of grants and finding grants. But I also know that there are many different websites and different avenues that we could advertise on that we don't, that I see other grant opportunities. So I found that a little bit unfortunate, that they may have been led to believe that that was the tone of the conversation, or they listened to the meeting when it was more about how we can reach a broader, have a broader impact. And I know that, and I'd be very interested in the needs assessment, Mark, if you could get me that. The needs assessment that you said that you and HUD use that to decide what in the city where the most need is, because I've gone on the website and I'm not sure. I've been looking and maybe somebody could direct me to where your minutes are for any of your meetings. Cause you guys are on the Community Development Agency. Somebody can answer me. Colleen, where are your meeting minutes? Do you know on the website? Oh,
If I could answer the question about the needs assessment, what we do is, we're charged every 5 years with completing a 5-year plan. What we do is we send out surveys, through the community. We send them to all the city councilmen, we send them to all the department heads, we send them to all the private nonprofit organizations. We post it online through Mike Walsh, and we gather all those surveys and what the community members said. That's all incorporated in the 5-year plan as far as the needs assessment goes.
okay, so you don't post it online? For like
The 5-year plan should be posted online.
Okay, so no, I'm highly interested because that's what I was looking for. So I'm looking into the Community Development Administration Advisory Committee. Is that what Councilwoman O'Connor is on?
Yes.
Okay, so the last time a meeting was updated was April 23rd of 2021.
That was our last meeting, that was when we did the budget.
Okay, great. So if we can upload the minutes, it's been 15 months and April 16th. So if we can upload those minutes, that would be great. And then maybe
Sure, I can
even
get those
somewhere.
minutes to you. I'm surprised that they're not on there. Quite honestly, I'm just as surprised as you.
No, I mean, I don't, I am just saying that I was looking for the needs assessment and, the 5-year plan, and that's not on here either. So maybe if there could be just like a bucket, because that's where, people might look, especially if we're sharing that information, that's where I would thought it would be. But yeah, so it's not up there. And so you voted on this budget 15 months ago?
You said 21 or 22?
April 23rd of 2021.
Because we've had meetings and we've taken notes since then, because we had to approve the notes.
Correct.
You don't
Somehow
have
they just didn't
meetings
get posted up
uploaded
there,
since
so I'll
April
get that
13th
rectified.
of 2021. So, if we can get this updated, that would really, really
Sure.
be great, because then we'd be more transparent to the community and we would know what was going on. We'd be able to read the meeting notes. And so I just have another question about the committee. And Lee, maybe you can answer this for me? Why is this mayor advisory committee different than other committees that the mayor has in regards to, like, say, like their meeting minutes? Like, who's charged with getting them on the website? Like, I know, like, the police commissioners, I know, what's another, the planning and zoning, they have a chairperson that, and they have a person who, why is this committee the only committee that doesn't seem to have that?
I'd have to look into it. Generally, the secretary would be, of any group, would be the one that posts the minutes. Your own clerk, I think, is the one who posts the minutes, working with the administrative assistant. So we'll just have to circle back and see where the disconnect is, to try to get the minutes loaded.
Yeah, I mean, cause I don't know that I wouldn't think it's his job to have to.
Well, no, I mean, if you look in your packet, you know, his staff person sent things, maybe, the staff person generally does it, maybe secretary of the committee does it, but we'll circle back, we'll figure that out.
Okay, any other questions, Councilwoman?
Can I ask you a question about the needs assessment? Is that different than the community health needs assessment?
Yes.
It's a
Completely different.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
And who administers the community needs assessment? Who's it administered?
We do through the administrative office of CDA.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do it through outreach. For example, I know there was a meeting I attended with Councilman Hamilton. There was a planning and zoning meeting where I set up a little table and I gave out the community questionnaires, and I was giving them to people. And Councilman Quagliani was also there at that planning meeting. It happened just before COVID. So there is some outreach done there to go to different organizations, and we try to reach as many people as we can.
Okay. It's a community needs assessment. It's administered by your office.
Correct.
And it's done every 5 years?
Done every 5 years to help develop the 5-year plan that we put together.
All right. Okay. And then you said that the data lives on the website, or is supposed to
The
be?
5-year plan is on the website, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Alright, so the vote is just for the finance committee
Right.
on,
We're voting on the amendment to separate them right now.
we already voted to separate them, now we're voting to approve the
Wait.
C one?
Oh, so we're on C1. Who made the motion? There wasn't a motion.
No, I'm doing,
Okay.
oh, yes.
Gotcha.
So now, that's what I was saying, we're gonna vote on them, so
Gotcha.
the two, so now they're separated,
C1,
yes.
C2.
So C1 is everything but the community house line item. All those in favor?
Aye.
We need a motion and a second.
Oh my gosh, you're right, I need a motion to. Motion. C1, thank you, second, you can't vote on it.
I can't vote on it, but I could second the motion.
Oh, she can't, oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Motion carries. So now C2, I wanna bring that out favorably, that's the community house line item.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh yeah, so it's us three. Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Jesus. So we're gonna hold communication. Okay. I wanna bring communication D out for discussion.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. So,
I have I'm only requesting half of this.
yeah, so I'm annoyed at the fact that I feel like, I don't understand how we got engines for a boat without that stuff coming before us. I just feel like we're doing the same things, Rick, that we were doing a year ago that were an issue, and we're still doing it now a year later, and I thought.
This was done a year ago, so.
Oh, these engines were done a year ago?
About a year ago. It's
Oh, excellent.
This isn't something that's happening now, this is something that
So-
happened that we need to pay.
Does somebody else wanna say something? Cause I'm just gonna try to settle myself really quick.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think this was the communication we talked about last meeting, Lee, that we need a transfer form, right? So we're taking it, I guess, out of contingency, but there is no there's no form submitted with this that has the typical department head and finance director and mayor's signature.
I don't know. Should it, you should have it. Oh, yeah, I'll have to check with, the finance department as to why that didn't reach your desk. I apologize for that. You should have that. But we've, on the cars, there is money in it. There appears to be money in another account for that, so the car funding doesn't need to be voted on. It would only be the boat motors. I mean, the vote can be subject, I guess, to filling out that form. I apologize for that. I thought that was done a while ago, to be honest with you.
I will. Okay, so I'm ready. So do you know why I'm upset? Oh, do you want me to explain? Because we have engines that are in the police boats that are driving around that we bought without a way to pay them.
Well,
Well, not,
it's a legitimate criticism to say you should have seen this sooner. But the concept of an emergency purchase, I mean, if the engines died, your shoreline community, you'd want a boat that had engines.
he said these engines are like a year old, so an
No,
emergency.
Again,
well,
you should have received it sooner. I agree with that.
Well, the engines just got put in. So it's not like it was a year ago that the engines were put in. Or so were they were like what, on back order? I'm not, listen. I just need, like Ricky, Mr. Spryer, I just need to know that that going forward that it will be different.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, in addition to that, to be perfectly candid, we shouldn't have waited. Like, this should have been part of a capital project, and that's what we're gonna make sure of in the future, that these are items that are part of a you shouldn't wait till a boat engine dies. It has a useful life, it has a warranty.
No.
We're trying to do
But
that with,
when-
computers to make sure we upgrade before the warranty expires and things like that. Sorry.
No, I'm not, I don't need anybody to be sorry. What I need is reassurance that we're gonna start following a process that I'm tired of talking about. Like, I'm tired of finding out that there's something else, like the electric cars. Those electric cars were in this city, on the ground, and I'm tired as a council person for being held accountable for things that I can't even control, because I'm sitting here and we have electric cars on the ground and nobody cared that there was a process they were supposed to follow. It was like, well, what are you gonna do? Send them back? Or what are we gonna do? Yes, we need our boats. We need them. But, and yes, we should not have deterred maintenance. That is not the point. That's an argument for another day. The point is, the way this was handled, it was another time, another incident, what's the word? Instance, thank you.
No problem.
Of everything being bypassed and brought before me to say, okay, you gotta approve it, and I'm sitting here like, well, that's hogwash. No, I don't really need to approve it, because you're gonna buy it and put it in anyways. So I appreciate your candor to say it's gonna change, but I am just so frustrated. Like, I am tired of, like, I'm tired. I'm just tired of it.
Lee,
Yes, sir.
so without going into great detail, 'cause I'm sure you can't, is the city paying for this police car damage, or someone's insurance company stepped up? Are we on the hook for this, or it's getting handled through?
All options are on the table. I don't wanna go into the whole litigation, but.
You don't have to, so you're getting it worked out where hopefully the city's not on the hook for
We
it.
have not let what the legal phrase is, the tortfeasor, the person at fault, the person who we argue was at fault for the accident, off the hook.
You have not.
We have not, and the
Okay.
police officer has a pending action which we can hopefully, partner with.
Okay, so that's why right now we're choosing just to.
Well, no, the other reason is because we found money in a line item in the budget, so he doesn't need a transfer. He can, the police can pay it within a line item in their own budget, which I discovered through, the finance department. They don't, in other words, this is a transfer from contingency back into their budget, they don't need that. The money already exists in their budget for this type of purchase. We didn't think it did, but now we've found it. We don't need it.
So is there any hope that the city's not on the hook for this damage? That they're not at fault at?
Yes, I got a call from the lawyer for the officer just Friday, so, it does appear that we might have an opportunity to get reimbursed. Now, look, it's litigation, there's always risk, it's a T-bone accident, so it's not like a rear-end car accident. You know, if you're at a rear-end car accident, you're at a traffic light, somebody rear-ends you, I do know lawyers that have lost that case, but you shouldn't lose that case. That's, liability should be clear. T-bone accident, our officer actually hit the woman technically, but, you know, she appears to be not paying attention, whatever. So, I mean, could you lose? Yeah, I mean, you could always lose. But I would say the percentages are strongly in our favor.
Thank you, nothing else, Madam Chair.
So we're gonna hold this until we get a, transfer form?
You can.
Yep, no, we are, cause that's the process, right? And we should have a transfer form signed by the mayor and everybody. That's,
That's fine.
so we're gonna take back the second and the first.
Gotcha.
I got you, I know, so, I think that was, Councilwoman O'Connor, did you do the first?
Yeah, she did the second.
Oh, she did the second? Oh,
And, Councilwoman Hamilton did the first.
thank you. Communication G was withdrawn. Are you gonna handle that, Chairman?
We got a withdrawn letter in there. We want to discuss it.
So. Yeah, we won't. Communication J is being held. Communication, communication L is being held. Communication N, I'd like to, bring this out favorably.
So moved.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Would anyone like to discuss? I can open it up to the entire council for discussion? No? Okay, great. All those in favor, just the finance committee?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I'd like to bring communication O out favorably from Mayor Nancy Rossi. Thank you. For the 1,161,000. Have a second? Did you say second, Councilwoman Hamilton? Thank you. Any discussion? I can open it to the entire council. Did you have something? No? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Your finance committee is closed at 11:01.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky.
Public lands, isn't it? No?
Public
Okay.
lands, okay.
Well-
Public lands. Councilman Donovan.
While the communication is gonna be held, Communication H from June 13th, from Corporation Council, Lee Tierney, regarding the potential sale, lease, transfer.
Could I just give you an update?
204.
Just take 2 seconds. So we have interest in the property. I haven't gotten any feedback from the council that you're opposed to sale of this parcel. We're just gonna do one thing. We're gonna send like a solicitation or notice to every commercial real estate broker that we can figure has done business in West Haven in the past 18 months. So we hope to get, we have offers, but we're gonna maximize, see how many offers we can get without spending money.
Thank you for that. Communication H is gonna be held in.
Wait a minute, is there a discussion or anything?
Yeah, if you- sure, absolutely. I gotta bring this out favorably then, so I gotta announce everybody.
H?
Yeah,
All right, so moved.
yeah. So,
So we have a second for the bringing it out for discussion?
I'll second it.
Been on the committee.
yeah. Yep.
So I'm not happy with developing that land. It is swampland. The land across the street is sinking. Why would we invite that into our city when we know that it's problematic? I don't understand that.
Well, we can keep it as public land, that's,
Yeah.
it's up to the council.
Well, I would ask that my council members keep it as public land, as open land, so frogs and rabbits and
Well, what-
whatever,
yeah, why don't
rather
we-
than a sinking building.
We can do it a little easier than that. If the council desire, you don't even have to vote. If the council desires that I withdraw the communication, then you're all set, right?
Chairman, I would be happy if you,
Yes, I would like you to withdraw, but that's gotta be, you got it written.
Yeah, yeah. So before the next meeting, I will withdraw that communication, unless there's objection.
Is there any objection on that in my committee? All right, seeing none then. We appreciate that, Lee.
So we just have to take back the first and
So we gotta
second,
take back the second
second, I take
and then
back.
the first.
and then we're just gonna hold it pending the, letter, correct?
Yeah. Your Committee on Public Lands is now closed at 11:05.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Thank you. Councilwoman Hamilton, redistrict.
Thank you. The time is now 11:05 and the Committee on Redistricting is out of recess. I'd like to bring out favorably of the redistricting of the local districting maps by the 10 year census. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Oh, no, and I will, is there any discussion on the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, present is, and forgive me, because I have a very loyal committee. Present is, Councilperson Hosky, Akabali, Arthwith, and Bruno, and myself as chair. Is there any discussion on my committee? I'd like to open it up to the whole council. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councilman Donovan?
Thanks. Yeah, so the redistricting, basically the state, we're going by what the state handed out?
No, and in fact, what we're bringing out is for a hearing, by the way.
Right.
So no, that is not the state. This is for local. We already passed the state one a few meetings ago.
Okay, so locally we did this, is what I'm asking. I guess we didn't.
The committee did
we-
it, yes,
Committee did, all right.
for the local districts. So before you, you have, the whole map of the city with all 10 districts. And you also have the one in which you live in.
Right. You did it by population, I'm assuming, is that?
If you see on the map of the whole entire city, you'll see a grid there, and it will tell you, how many, residents, how many by population is in each district. My committee was so good that it's all within 10% of each district. No district is like way out of whack like our former maps were. They're all within 10%.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Chairman?
My question is this now, by doing this redistricting, which the state requires us to do, if there's a state election and a city election, they go to the same polling places, or we're still
That's up
split?
to the polling people, that's not us.
That's not.
That's
doing
not
it.
what we did, no. So for each one of, the registrars are the ones that
Decide that?
decide that. And I can kind of say that there are some that aren't gonna go to the same, only because of the way that the state, you know, the House did their lines and how the, Senate did their lines. And I understood there was a period of time where that could have been tweaked, but I don't think our registrars took advantage of that. But it's better. It is better.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Yeah, I am proud of my committee. I thank you all. Really, hard work. Anybody else? So I would, Mr. Chairman, I would like, a public hearing scheduled. And we'll do that when we go around. The time is now 11:09, and the redistricting committee is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton. Want to read the communication in the record there?
Sure, do we have no unfinished business?
Unfinished business.
Bring something up on our unfinished business?
Certainly.
We have the corp counsel here, so, I'll defer to the councilwoman of the third, but I would like to hear about the Haven demolition permit. I remember last meeting, you weren't here, Chairman Bo. We, were looking for an update, and we were under the impression that any day they would be taking their demolition permit out, so I wanted to just get an update if we could.
Yeah, apparently, if they were just doing one house, it's less complicated than I realized, but, they're putting that together, right, a call in today. What I will try to do is, the second I know, I will send a, email to the chair so I can keep the chair updated, because I know you don't have a meeting for 30 days, and this is a high topic of interest. So I will try to keep the council members, appraised, every week, including, since this is Monday, by the end of this week, so that you're continuing to be appraised of, what the status is. But they're putting it together. You don't just come in for a demo permit, there's hazmat issues and so on and so forth. So they don't actually, have the applications in yet, as I understand it, although I didn't get to talk to either, the individuals who would be charged with that, or, Chris Soto of that department today. I reached out to the Haven people, and I, should have communication, but it's not gonna be until tomorrow, and that's not fair since your meeting's today. So as soon as I get information, I'll make sure that the chair gets it, and, certainly all the members get it as well.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, last time we spoke, you said that it would have been any day now, a couple days.
I would, thought it would have been, yeah.
But I reached out to you 4 times by email, and I did not get a response from you for an update. I wanted
Because
to know.
I didn't have new information, that's correct.
Well, you could have told me that. You could have told me you didn't have any information. I didn't get any response from you.
You didn't, because I was waiting to get information, and I
Correct.
didn't have information.
But you could have told me that, and I
will do
find
that
it.
in the future, I apologize.
That I just find it really disrespectful that when you ask me to reach out to you, I don't get a response. When you ask me to do something, I do it 4 times and I didn't receive anything back in return. And as a 3rd district councilwoman, I have constituents that are asking me what's going on over there, and I'm telling them, oh, I heard from Lee that it's gonna happen any day now. Hasn't happened, and I don't even have an update to tell them that you don't have any information yet. So I just find it really disrespectful.
I'm sorry, I thought if I had information, I would give it to you, since I didn't, but I will change that practice in the future.
That's all I have.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind you to add city engineer to the agenda. I've been asking a couple times now, and he hasn't been added to explain what's going on with Beach Street. Just a friendly reminder.
Well, I talking about the
Yeah,
Razor Road, the little dip.
Yeah.
I mean, I did send out emails to Abdul,
Yeah.
to the Public Works Director, and they all drove through there, including even the mayor drove through there, and they also had the guy that did the construction work, and he said he doesn't feel nothing. That's the answer I got.
Okay. Well, could we bring him forward and put it on public record? Because I've been tagged on a lot of posts, and a lot of people have contacted me about it. And people are very, very concerned that it's gonna happen in phase 2 and 3.
I'll email him again and ask him again.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I would appreciate it.
Committee reports?
Okay, we have communication A from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of June 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now we'll go to the Finance Committee. Councilman?
Thank you, Chairman. To the Honorable City Council, the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of Patricia Horvath, Town Clerk, Interdepartment Line Item Transfers, reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following interdepartmental line item transfers. Line item 1125001052770. Other contractual services increase $16,100. Line item 1125001052290. Election day expense increase $8,200. Line item 1125001051500 overtime increase of $600. Line item 1900999056010 unallocated contingency decrease $24,900.
Thank you. Councilman Hossie just read the report, resolution for Patty Horvath, City Clerk's Office for departmental transfers. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
To the Honorable, that's the same one. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the Community Development Connecticut Radio Information System, reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following program for the 2022 Neighborhood Assistant Program under the Community Development Administration, the audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged in the amount of $5,000.
Councilman Hossie just read that Diane Weaver done with Connecticut Radio Information Systems regarding people blind and printed challenged. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
So I thought I was missing something, and as the councilman brought to my attention, no, A, they're not in here.
So A,
I didn't get to see yet.
yeah, was from last meeting. That's
So
the
I can just
suspense
wing
list.
it.
No, I have it.
Oh, sweet.
And I think you're going to also need,
Yeah, there's quite a few now that I'm looking at it.
really?
Yep. To the Honorable
Well, I'm
City
gonna-
Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the tax suspense lists, reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven, City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the suspense list for the 2018 City of West Haven Grand List.
It was
It
unanimous.
was unanimous.
Communicate, Councilwoman Hossie about the tax suspended list for grand list of 2018. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
So this is the taxes and now the,
Any No, he's not here. Motion passes.
Communication C1, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of a Community Development Block Grant Program Year 48 budget. Reports to the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the majority opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the CDBG Program Year 48 budget attached be approved. C1. Yeah, I said that.
Councilman Hassel just read into record of C1 for CDA grant. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Two abstentions. Motion passes by majority.
Communication C2, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of a Community Development Block Grant Program Year 48 budget. Reports of the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022. To consider said matter, it is the majority opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the CDBG Program Year 48 budget be approved. For the West Haven Community House.
Councilman Hassel just read into record for the CDA PY 48 community grant for the community house. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Abstention.
Abstention? Two abstentions, three abstentions.
Three, okay.
Passes by majority.
We're holding communication D. Communication I, I'm so excited. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the tax lien assignment list, reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the majority opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the tax lien sale to Fig Capital Group for the assignment list as of June 1st, 2022 for $1,124,860.39, or as amended for properties paid current to date.
Councilwoman Hassel just read into the tax lien assessment list. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
We're holding J and L. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the ordinance appropriating $900,000 to Dawson Avenue Area Contract 1. Reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented, Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves an ordinance appropriating $900,000 for the costs associated with the planning, design, and rehabilitation of sewer pipes and manholes related to the Dawson Avenue, to the Dawson Avenue Contract 1 in the West Shore portion of the city, and authorizing the issuance of $900,000 in bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance, therefore, the making of the temporary borrowings for such purpose. I'm trying to hold my yawn, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm really sorry excuse me, Chairman.
Councilwoman Hassel has read into record for the ordinance appropriating $900,000. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the ordinance appropriating $1,161,000 Dawson area contract 2 for a first, what? That's a final read.
It should be.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, final read. Reports that the committee met on the 27th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves an ordinance amending and restating a resolution appropriating $1,161,000 for the costs associated with the planning, design, and rehabilitation of sewer pipes and manholes related to the Dawson Avenue area contract 2 in the West Shore portion of the city, and authorizing the issuance of $1,161,000 in bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and the pending issuance, therefore the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose.
Everyone else, you just read the resolution appropriating $1,161,000 for the Dawson Avenue project. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Is that all I have?
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
And that's all your finance committee has, sir.
Councilwoman Hosky, Councilman Donovan, Public Lands.
Communication H is gonna be held until we get a withdrawn, letter from, Corporate
you.
Council Lee Chairman.
Councilman. Yeah. We're gonna schedule a public hearing for July 25th, 2022 at 6:55 for the redistrict committee. Redistricting. And
Adoption of ordinances previously presented.
any adoptions of previous, presented?
None.
Council liaison reports?
None.
New business? I have something in new business, our council clerk is gonna be changed to a monthly stipend. And I need a vote on it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good night, everybody.